Hello and welcome everybody. I found this outfit again, so we're back to our managerial ways. Welcome back to the Jank Drawer. My name is Sam, this is the Jank Drawer, and today, as in most Tuesdays, we are going to be playing some Football Manager. Now, I, as always, have some business that I want to get out of the way up front, and then once I get that business done and out of the way, we'll move on to a quick recap about the world of football in general, and then we'll jump into the game. First and foremost, today's been an interesting day. Literally, I've been working on things I gave you a little bit of insight yesterday on, I have, because of the new job, a whole bunch of stuff that I'm going through with the Russian Mafia boss outfit. Exactly, Rat King. I go with Eastern European gangster is generally the vibe that I'm trying to pull with this outfit, but it's also the only tracksuit I own, and managers, all good managers, wear tracksuits. It's just what they do. And mine just happens to be an emerald velour. I can't help that I'm that beautiful. But, so I've been going through some stuff with that, and I've been having some back and forth. Don't need to bog you down with the specifics, but I may get a phone call at any given moment during the course of the stream today, to having to do with that situation. And if I do, we're going to just have to go to the BRB screen, and I'm going to have to step away and take that. So rest assured, if that happens, if we're in the middle of a game or whatever, we'll just pause and move on from that. classic Jank Drawer fashion, can't do anything without making some sort of mistake. And this is one of those things where it's just like, every step of this process is nerve-wracking to me, and of course I'm gonna make little slip-ups. Even with this one where it's like I double, triple, quadruple checked things. I've been on the phone to Department of Workforce Services. I've been on the phone to my HR department multiple times trying to make sure that I got this all sorted out. None of them caught that I'd made the mistake. I didn't catch that I made the mistake. And so we're trying to get it sorted. I've called my contact at Department of Workforce Services. That's the call that we're expecting to hopefully get returned at any moment in time. But it is very important. Because the other thing, the funny story that I have to share with Stream today is in the pursuit of the job hunt and things like that. This is a topic that we bring up a lot, of just like, the dream is to continue making content and doing things for you. And I've talked about this on stream and done things like that, of just like, I genuinely love doing this. Like, making the YouTube videos for you all, getting up and getting on camera and playing the games and talking to things. And like, when we meet new people on stream, like we had Elo and Suki yesterday and things like that, or every time I watch the numbers go up on the YouTube channel, which, like, even for how poorly it has performed in the past week or so for our most recent YouTube video, in that it's been exactly a week since we released it and we're still only at 17 views. In that time, we still, as far as the YouTube channel is concerned in general, grew by like 4 or 5 subscribers, which I'm like, hey, even if no one's watching it, like, the analytics are going up. And so like there's things there. Are they going up as fast as we want them to be or as fast as we need them to be? Maybe not, but like, it is still working, and that's the most important part, is like we're still getting some things there, and like it really makes a lot of good for that. But I'm still trying to work with other things, and like I said, there's this one job that I'm applying for. I might not have said it on stream, but I definitely have been talking about it with people in my life. Of like, there's this job that I might apply for. That my cousin works for the company, and he's going to try and help me out with getting an interview and doing things like that. But it's for a software development position for like a junior dev, so they're willing to take on someone that may not have all of the requirements. It's just then at a lower pay scale, which I'm like, that's fine. But the one thing that they are trying to get around for doing that is that their entire company, and my cousin has given me a lot of insight into this, is their entire company is really on the, like, specifically Anthropic, Claude, like, getting that all worked into their workflows. And so, like, if I don't necessarily have all of the requirements I want to meet, the one requirement that I could definitely do is be like, hey, I want to be proficient in Claude workflows and systems and things like that, and like working in projects and subtasks and all of those other things before I would even send in my application to potentially get an interview, because then I at least have something to talk about of like, hey, here's the experience I do have that's relevant, here's where it gaps, but then I do already work in this existing ecosystem, so you don't have to at least train me on that aspect, and then I can use that to get really fast into your development workflow and things like that. And so that's been one of the projects that I've been working on in the background for the past like week or so. Is I spent all of last week doing a lot of just like research on Anthropic, on their products, and on how the whole things work and what workflows are and how skills work, and just like projects and sub agents and all of those other things. And so today I was just messing around with it before stream of just like, hey, let's get this set up and do things. And the one that I was doing as a training for it was, I was like, hey, let's do a training of just like, hey, I'm going to give you a copy of my resume and a copy of my cover letter for a job that I applied for that I didn't get. We're going to use that, and we're going to build up a project that's going to use these skills, that's going to be specifically your context for this, as you are my career coach, you're my personal assistant helping me get placed in these things. Here's some of the goals I want to do. Here's what I'm qualified in doing. Here's like some things I'm passionate about and things like that. And let's work through that. And so I start through this process, and I might be the only person in history that, in just trying to be honest, because honesty is the policy that I lead with, and you all are probably very aware of that, because I share everything with you, the small audience, because I don't have a filter. I don't share everything, but I share a lot of things. And this is a pretty particularly interesting story to be sharing, but I feel like I have to share it because it's just the state that I'm in right now. But just being honest and talking about nothing that I haven't talked about here on stream, of just like how much streaming means to me, why I enjoy doing this, how I can notice the patterns of like the pattern I was in before I started streaming, of just like I wasn't getting out of bed every day, I was just playing video games and like applying for jobs and not getting anywhere with it. And now how streaming has given me at least a thing to like get up, take a shower, get dressed, do something every day, and that I'm really grateful for that, and it's been really good for my mental health and my physical health. So I'm sharing that whole story to this work, like to into my context doc and do things like that. And I'm probably the only person in the history of the world who has gone to a large language model project like Anthropic's Claude and been like, hey, here's the thing I want to do. I want to set up a bot that helps me look over my resume, identify my plans of what I want to do, and then we start action working towards them, and I can automate some, if not a lot of that process to this. I want to still use the personal touch of like anything that I send to an actual company that this would help me get a job interview for. I want to have read and proofread and put my own personal touch of like, even if this thing has skills that let it write like a human, I want to be the human that writes it and like do stuff like that because I believe in the human element. I believe that is the most genuine thing. And also I just have read a lot of the AI stuff that AI turns out, and from people that I know that are in my family or in my life that are in hiring positions, when you just see AI submitted resumes, that's the first thing that you throw away. And I don't want to do that. That's not what I'm building. I want to build something that helps me navigate the parts of the process that I am not as good at doing, or helps me streamline it, and especially using it as a large language model, because a lot of AI resumes, well, a lot of resumes in general at this point are pre-screened by AI before they even make it to a recruiter's hands. And being like, hey, you're an AI, pre-screen this. What are the things that this job posting would be looking for that this service wouldn't like, and there would therefore disqualify me before it even gets to human, so I can try and circumvent those. And that's the whole premise of what I'm trying to get at here and do with it. And in trying to set that up, I told them all of the stories that I've told you all about here, of like how grateful I am for this opportunity, how I want this, and how I've discovered that this is a really big passion and dream of mine, that I'd like to do it. And it is like the thing that gets me out of bed every day. And I do that, and immediately, the large language model that I'm now trying to set up to help me find jobs and figure out what that job search is going to be, I've given it the context of like the situation I'm in, a situation that I've been very upfront with you all about, of just like, we're on a timer and things need to do, and like we're very much in the growth phase, and we're getting there, and we are growing, and like that's the thing I'm trying to get there. But it's also like, it's this first week of April. It is April 7th. I have until August, when my lease will be up, to either have found a job that allows me to pay for all of my monthly bills so that I can continue living here, or I have to move out of this location and find a new place to live. And even then, still try and find a job, because even with the most supportive people in the world, my own personal compass isn't going to let me live for free, even if it's my own parents' house or basement or wherever it would be, and just try and chase this. Like, I would want to find a way to be self-sufficient, that, and that's kind of basically just whatever version of the dream this is dies in 4 months, unless we can make it really turn around, or we can find a way to make it work. And I'm desperate to try and do that, but I would be lying if I wasn't, scared of failure and scared of the very human and normal things that come from that, of just like, is this something I can do? Is this something we really do? And so I'm sharing all that, things that I've shared with you and things that I've shared on this platform multiple times. And the immediate response I get back from this chatbot that is trying to help me be my career coach and be like, hey, here's the things we're going to focus on. And we actually had made, up until this point, very great progress. Immediately was like, hey, we're not doing this anymore. Based off of the wording you have said, you have described that you are in, and have been probably in 4 months, an active mental health crisis, and I refuse to help you until you get an appointment and you go see a professional and you talk about this. And then once you've done that, we can figure out how to make this all work. And, like, I talk to my friends, I talk to my family, and I've got other things in there, and maybe I'm just very good at masking it, but this isn't the first time I've had someone be like, hey, you should go see a therapist, and you should do things like that. And notably, my classic response has been like, yeah, I think it would probably be beneficial to do that. I just don't have the time, and I don't know how I'd make it work. And I've been putting it off, and this was finally the thing where I'm like, I'm probably the first person in history that's tried to just be like, hey, I want to set up a bot to help me automate the parts of job searching that I don't like doing. And I find difficult to just try and streamline that process and help me hit my dreams. And in doing so, I was like, I'm going to be honest because I don't know any other way to be. And then it's like, hey, actually, I can't help you. You need to go see someone professionally. And like, maybe that was the wake-up call I need, but it has also then spun out into the like ongoing panic attack that I'm currently having. In that just like with all of the stress that is coming around, like trying to figure out if I still have healthcare coverage, because like I said, I tried to fill out all of the forms I needed to fill out. Trying to figure those out, and then it's just like trying to work with them, because now that I have noticed that there's a mistake, since I tried to just be like, well, they've already sent in this, but let me just check on my end, and it's like, oh, we're missing this form still, and I'm like, well, hopefully they can get this form to me really quickly. And we can figure that, or if I can't, let me at least talk to my person that has told me previously, since this has been a point of stress for me, for those of you that have been following for a long time, the entire time. Oh, agreed. And like, we're actively deflecting it, and I'm playing this off to try and play it off as just a, like, hey, this is it, but this is me processing it. Sorry, I did get an email from work just now to pick up more times. Yeah, exactly. You have to get out of the burning fire and then process it. So we're working on that. There was a very big part of me that almost didn't go live today, but it was still the other even bigger part of me that's like, no, I just need to like actually talk and do things and do stuff like that. And so like I'm working on it. We are in process of getting out of the fire, and what that looks like is, with all of the weird concerns around whether or not I have the healthcare or not, I have started the process of reaching out to people that can give me those answers and figuring out how to fix that. That's step one. And then independent of how that works down, then becomes step two of just like, hey, we're going to actually go figure out what is the thing that I can afford to do that gets me actual help, of just like seeing a person and being like, hey, here's the last year of my life and what I've been going through. Help. And then we get that helped out. And then once we have that, we can restart the process of being like, hey, what does this look like? I try to find a part-time job, 20, 30 hours that just covers my bills? Or is it really like, to make this dream a reality for my own mental health and safety, do I need to cut back on the amount of this I'm doing, go get a real job, and then just do this as a hobby in my spare time around that? And like, am I okay with doing that, knowing that if I do that, I might never revisit this and do this again? Or do I owe it to myself, like I think I do, now that I've found a dream that I actually like and that I want to do and that I could see myself doing for the rest of my life, to actively chase that? What does that look like? And so that's where we're at. But the way that I can... we are currently in the process where there's nothing that I can do right this minute, is what I am aware of. And because there's nothing I can do right now, what I can do right now, there's a thing that I know will help me regulate the emotions that I'm feeling and the processes that I'm going through. And that is, we can sit here, talk about soccer. I can lose myself in the game, and then we can do this for a couple of hours. I can make a YouTube video later tonight, because I do find a lot of comfort and security in the routines that I am in and being resistant to change. And this is the routine we have. If the routine is we get to do this, and then we get to figure that out, and then when I'm off camera, we can go back to, like, the problem's not going anywhere. But it doesn't mean that it's not actively being worked on. It's just being worked by people that can actually help with it. Such as, right now, I'm already getting a whole bunch of emails for all of my jobs that I have to do next week. Cool. So that'll be nice. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. That Rat King, you are getting exactly to the point of what I am trying to say. It was like, those were the exact thoughts I was having 10 minutes ago when I finally got off the phone with Department of Workforce Services, because I was literally calling them as we were going live and leaving my message. It's like, I've done everything that I can do about this right now. And when more availability to do things about it come up, I will act in that moment. Until then, as much as I felt like 10 minutes ago, and I feel like this kind of every single day that we go live, and I've talked about this, of just like, the 10 minutes before I hit the go live button is the scariest moment of my day every single day. Even knowing that I'm going to love what we're doing, and that I'm going to love having the opportunity to do this, and that I am genuinely good at it and I enjoy what I'm doing, there's always the little bit of fear of just like, but what if today it sucks? And even now that we've gone through the idea of just like, I've done the streams where no one's shown up. So I already know what the worst thing is. And the worst thing is when you go live and literally I'm the only person sitting in the call. And even that's tolerable, because I'm still doing a thing that I enjoy doing, and I can get through that. And so it's just now like, we've done everything we can do, and I have 100% faith and confidence that I have done everything that I can do in this moment. And that the worst case scenario is it all falls apart anyways, and like, we just fall back on a safety net. And it's not going to kill me. I'm not going to die. And if I'm not going to die, then it's really not that bad, and we can come back from anything else. It might be hard, but we can do it. And that's kind of the thing there. And like, at the end of the day, I do have a job. I'm gonna go work. I'm working literally 3 of the next 8 days. Not 8 days, 10 days. I'm working next Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So like, that's gonna be there. It's all going to work out. I'm not actually in a bad situation, but it is very much of just like, I needed to do this so that I could go live. And even if it's just me talking to you, Rat King, which is what this has kind of worked into. Even if this isn't the first time I've gone on one of these rants on stream. It's just, this is the first time there's been an audience for it, since I went on one of these back when I very first started doing all this back in December. Like, I had a whole like 45-minute rant to the void, like December 23rd, that was just me being like, hey, especially in these moments like this, it just helps to say things out loud and to speak them into the universe, because then at least it's been said, is my take on it. And it helps me distance myself, that process what the immediate emotion is I'm feeling, and then hopefully move on from it. And that's kind of what I wanted to do and felt like I needed to do today. I just thought, genuinely, as much as it put me immediately into a fight or flight instance, with even like at this point now 30 minutes of removal from the thing, I genuinely think that it's the funniest thing in the world that I could be the only guy that's like trying to learn how to use a very powerful AI tool, and in the process, yeah, exactly. And I suck at writing journals, and so this is just a way better way for me to do journaling, essentially. It's just one that is public to the internet that anyone could watch. But like, I don't talk about anything here that's necessarily harmful to me, myself, or others. And like, even if I throw around big words like depression and things like that, it's not necessarily in like a clinically depressed way or in a way that I would like describe it there. It's very much just in a like a lack of motivation and a lack of things to do that, where it's like these are definitely symptoms of a bigger problem that I could get seen. And for most of my time in my known, you know, past year of rough mental health, it has been very much of, back to our earlier analogy of like you can't get help for the problem while you're still in the problem, essentially. It's the like the first process of getting out of the house fire is you have to leave the house fire. And my first house fire was my old job. I did get out of that. I then just got out of it into a different house fire. I left the house fire I was in and knew and was comfortable with for a new, unknown, scarier house fire that I have been like trying to be like, it'll be fine. And then as I have gone through that, it has gotten scarier and scarier and scarier, in that it's like there's a lot of adult responsibilities and things that I need to do that are hard to address, that I need to do them, because it is very much like I really thought I would have another job by now, and I do. It's just not the job that I was looking for, and it's not the job. It's an interesting conundrum to be in, but I try to get to the mantras of like everything is okay. I am fine. We can work through this. And just the worst case scenario of all of this is that like if this all blows up and it is just a like, oh yeah, too bad you're not going to have your healthcare coverage, it's going to be like, cool, well we just have to navigate the next couple of months of trying to get better. Yeah, it is better than nothing, but not to the degree we want it to be 100%, but it is in process and we'll figure it out. Mainly, it is just, I wanted to share the story because I genuinely think it is hilarious. Like, commedia dell'arte, high comedy, that only I, the jank drawer, Sam Smith, could try to learn a new skill for a job application, set up an LLM chatbot, and have it immediately, instead of doing what I've told it to do, be like, hey, you are in an active mental health crisis, you need to solve that first. And be like, oh, well, I bet literally no one else in the world has ever had this exact problem. Of just like, this is not what I came to you for. It was just like, hey, let me explain the situation I'm in. And then it asked clarifying questions, and I answered the clarifying questions honestly, and they're like, hey, we can't actually help you. You need to go get like professional help, and then we can work on this. And I was like, oh, well, that's certainly something. An entirely different yet similar issue. You know, I get it. You've also had a very, very stressful month. I know this. Having been your friend and like working with you on this whole stuff and like working on what I'm trying to do, like I can get it. You've been incredibly stressed with your classes and with multiple jobs and with a job that I tried to alleviate you in that I tried to apply for one of the labs so that it would take a little bit more work off of your plate, and they just, you know, never got back to me on that. So like I get it, and it's one of those things where it's like it's the other thing of like I could have just pretended that nothing was wrong and tried to put on my acting skills and been like, hey, there's nothing going on here, but I know that that wouldn't address the issue, nor would it necessarily be what I want this to be. Oh, probably. I mean, the thing is that you have a whole bunch of problems related to fencing and sword fighting, a thing that hasn't been mainstream since the 17th century. Yeah, at that point, you just need to essentially become a blacksmith. But yeah, no, and it might be incredibly selfish of me to just sit here and monologue about the things that are going on in my life and being all that stuff, but it is also, like I said, like, honesty is the only policy that I know, and like, as much as I love to use the shock value line of just that I'm the best liar I know, that can be true. What that means in the way that I'm saying it, though, is that I do view all of the acting training and things that I've done as some so is that acting at a certain level is just lying, but with that's a very crass way to put it, a very crude way to put it. It is more so just like trying to work and use your body and your skills to portray a story and a way of observing and experiencing events that may not be true or real into real space is my definition of acting, at least. And it is something that I'm very, very good at. But what I like to tell people to get the shock value is that I'm just really good at lying. But what I'm trying to build here and what I want the Jank Drawer to be is a place where everyone can be welcome. Every story has its home, including my own, and not all stories are happy ones. And like, I genuinely think that my life is a happy life, and I have a lot of very good friends and a lot of very good family support that is very helpful and have been incredibly helpful, including the mod team. Rat King, you've been very instrumental in everything we're doing here. And I am in a very privileged and blessed position, but that doesn't mean that, like, I'm not dealing with issues. But if I can share my own and be like, hey, even if it's hard and scary, we can work through this. This is one of the scariest things I've ever done and continues to be one of the scariest things I've ever done. But I'm going to do it anyways, and I'll be open and transparent about it. Hopefully that can be, even if it's only like 4 people watching, and we try to build to a day where hopefully there are more than 4 people watching. Other people can see that if this idiot can do it, other people can do it. And that's nice. That's at least the goal. That's at least the community that I want to build. Yeah, beveling or being too steep for slicing practice does seem like a real issue, so I can understand why you would need to change that. But that's enough of me talking about my feelings and weird stuff for now. Let's get to the things that people actually came here for. I'll put on my jester mask and we can go about our day. Fun! That sounds like it's going to be at least a good project. Something to do, which is nice. Time to watch men play with balls? Exactly. Because we have a lot of things going on in the world of soccer right now, and a lot of things that I think are going to be interesting. This week sees a return on the weekend to actual play of like the major leagues. Most of the major leagues have returned at this point. The only one that hasn't is the Premier League, and it's because the Premier League had England in general had this last weekend FA Cup ties, which were kind of wild. I only watched the highlights from the Saturday games. I didn't end up watching the Sunday game highlight. I've been busy with a lot of family stuff, specifically around this weekend. That all wraps up tomorrow. That's why we don't have the stream tomorrow. Good reminder, by the way, no stream tomorrow. I said that yesterday, but I should say it again today, and I realized that I hadn't. So you've got that going on. But some crazy things are happening. We had, the magic of the cup going on. And what that meant is that we are now in, I think this was the final 8 teams. So I think that makes it the quarterfinals. And then we're now into the final 4 teams. So that's semifinals. And then we would have the finals. So yeah, quarterfinals. Quarterfinals of the FA Cup. There were, in this competition at this point, which is every team in the history or current, well, not history, but every team actively playing in the country of Great Britain and United Kingdom, all enters into a cup called the FA Cup. Not the entire country group, in the English pyramid system. There you go. That's the way to put it. They all get put into the same cup, and then they all play each other, and it goes for super many rounds. And ultimately, usually what it runs down to is that a whole bunch of Premier League teams are in it at the end, and then a Premier League team wins it. It has been won by non-first division teams before. It's been a very long time since that has happened, but it is possible. And so the Magic of the Cup usually refers to, there's a couple of teams that aren't Premier League teams that make it to this stage. And at this point in time, there were exactly 2 of those. Port Vale, who are in, if I remember correctly, League One. Yes, League One, which is the 3rd best league in the country. And Sunderland, who, not Sunderland, Southampton, who were in the Premier League for the past, decade. They got relegated last year and now are in the Championship, which is the 2nd tier of English football. Other than that, the other 6 teams in the quarterfinal were all Premier League teams, and they were all very big teams. So, the 3 games we had on Saturday were Man City versus Liverpool, Chelsea versus Port Vale, Southampton versus Arsenal. And with one very key exception, these all played out the exact way you'd think they would. Man City was able to demolish Liverpool. They beat them 4-0. Hat-trick from Erling Haaland, and then Semenyo getting a standalone goal in the 50th minute. This is a Manchester City team that needed to prove something after getting eliminated from the Champions League by Real Madrid in the midweek, and prove something they did. They showed up to this game, and kind of from the jump, it was all Man City all day. The second half, they just kind of sat back on their 4 goals. They did score 2 goals in the second half. Semenyo's and Haaland's 3rd goal were both in the second half. But after the 60th minute, all of the possession was essentially Liverpool's, and Man City seemed perfectly content to just be like, yeah, we dare you to score 4 goals against us. You're not going to. We have won this game. And they did. Chelsea had the absolute delight of playing against Port Vale. Chelsea is in a spot where they're not performing all that well. They really haven't been doing well in the league up until this point. They've been dropping a lot of points. And so this was just a great tune-up game where they got to play a much worse team, and they scored 7 goals. It was 7 goals versus Port Vale. They had 76% of the possession. They had an expected goals of 5.3. They took 20 total shots. 11 of them were big chances. 7 of them went in. Truly just the end of the Magic of the Cup for Port Vale. But a tune-up game for Chelsea that they were desperately going to look forward to, especially now that they're going back into play for hopefully a Champions League place for them in the near future in the league. They needed to start winning again, remembering that they knew how to win. And this is a kind of game that Tottenham would kill for right now. Tottenham would kill for an opportunity to learn how to remember how to win. That gets us to the actual last Magic of the Cup, which was Southampton versus Arsenal. Now, Southampton, as I said, were in the Premier League for the past, better part of a decade. They did eventually get relegated last year, ignominiously. I think they finished the season on, 12 points. They still finished better than Derby County, but it was, just barely. They were one of the worst teams you've ever seen in the Premier League era. Very akin to what we've been talking about this entire season with Wolves. This year was Southampton last year. And Southampton have, to their credit, gone into the Championship, and they've started kind of building something back up. At this point in time, they have just earned their way into 6th place, which is promotion playoff. And they're currently doing that by playing Wrexham as we speak. And they are beating Wrexham 3-1. So that is, they are clawing their way back up. And they went to top of the league Arsenal in the FA Cup this time. And in just total counterattacking, just crazy football, they beat them 2-1. This is an Arsenal team that, through 5 games in the Champions League this season, didn't concede an a single goal. They have yet to lose a game in the Champions League all year. But now, in the course of like the last 2 games, they lost a cup final to Man City, and now they just got knocked out of the other cup that they are in by Southampton in the Championship. Goals in this game from Stewart and Charles, Shea Charles and Ross Stewart. Just absolutely incredible. Arsenal were by far the better team in this game, just like across the board. But that doesn't matter when they can't score goals from open play. Like, historically, this season, Arsenal has mainly scored from set pieces and corner kicks and things like that. This game, they weren't able to do that to the same degree of what they were doing. And their only goal did come from Viktor Gyökeres, who's honestly in the form of his life right now, in the 68th minute. And it wasn't from a corner kick. I think it was from open play. Yeah, Gabriel threads a delicious line-breaking pass. Havertz squares it with a lovely pullback, and Gyökeres applies the expert finish. So it is from an open play goal. But it means that they were not able to do any of the shenanigans they've been doing from set pieces. And when you do that, they are less dangerous than they have been historically. And one goal is great, but at that point, that was to get them tied. Ross Stewart scored a goal in the 35th minute with another open play goal of their own that they just put in from the right-hand side. Ben White is there to try and clear it, completely fluffs his lines, misses the header. It lands on the ground right in front of Stewart, and he just buries it. So, like, just defensive mistake there by Arsenal. And then after they equalize behind Gyökeres, they play a tight back and forth, and then in the 85th minute, Shea Charles just gets the ball at the edge of the box, and then puts a composed little finish into the bottom left-hand corner, and Southampton at home at St. Mary's are losing it. They have won against the best team potentially in Europe, potentially in the world. And they get to go on to the semifinals of the FA Cup now. Like, this is just ecstatic for them. Sunday was another absolute banger of a game. I'm sorry that I didn't watch it and I haven't seen the highlights, but I'm sure that it was great. Between two sides that we've talked about a lot, and that is West Ham and Leeds United. For different reasons than we've talked about Arsenal. These are two teams that, like, Leeds has been largely fine, but they are just kind of hovering gently above the relegation line, whereas West Ham have been pretty solidly in the relegation hunt the entire year. And so this was two, like, recently promoted versus old hand sides that are both kind of dilly-dallying and dancing around to the point of will they or will they not be relegated from the Premier League this year. West Ham have been desperately trying to find a whole bunch of form, especially at home where this game was played at the London Stadium, to just kind of catapult them further into this. And they've had, admittedly, a very good beginning to 2026. They have found a good bit of form. They've been doing it. They've been getting some lucky breaks from other teams around them having just worse form, and having just a good head of steam going into this. Whereas Leeds have been kind of dropping in form as of late. They started very, very strong, and then they've been kind of just whimpering coming into this. And so this was a very important match of just, like, even if it's not in the league, these are two teams where form means everything, and they're both trying to just either, if you're West Ham, continue good form and show that the last couple of losses were just little blips in the momentum, but you were able to get back if you needed to get back. Whereas Leeds needs to show that, like, hey, it wasn't a fluke that we were good at the beginning of the year. We can still be good. And I really desperately wish I had watched this game. It was Easter, so we were watching other things in my household. But I do think that after this stream, I'm probably going to watch the highlights of these probably tonight, if not tomorrow, because this looks like it was an incredible game. Leeds United gets a 2-0 lead in this game before West Ham comes back 2-2. Those leads come from Aoi Tanaka Ao Tanaka, the Japanese international, scoring in the 26th minute, and then in the 75th minute, a penalty is awarded for Leeds United, and Calvert-Lewin just steps up, takes it, buries it. So they are up 2-0. And at 2-0 on the 75th minute, you feel for Leeds that they have this game 100% in the bag. And to their credit, West Ham doesn't give up. West Ham had the better part of possession in this game. They had... You did miss the conversation about emotional processing and me talking myself out of a minor panic attack. The real funny story that I have now that I'm going to be telling at parties for the rest of life is that I'm probably the only person in the world that, in trying to develop a skill for a potential job interview, was setting up a large language model project to become an AI agent, like, bot to help me in my job hunt process. Is like learn the skill of how to set it up so that I can use the skill, but then also have a bot that helps me with my job hunt. And in setting it up and providing it all of the context and providing all the things and answering any clarifying questions in the first like 3 or 5 sets of questions about it, it immediately told me Exactly. It immediately told me that it could not help me find a job. And in fact, based off of the descriptions that I was giving it of like the situation that my life is in, what I've gone through in the past year and how my job hunt has been going and what my dreams and expectations and fears are for the future, that I in fact have been diagnosed by the AI chatbot that I was trying to set up to help me find a job as going through a active, ongoing mental health crisis, and that it refuses to help me find a job until I get that treated. So that's been my morning. And now I have taken the steps that I am able to take at this moment in time to try and start on addressing that issue and process, but there's nothing more that I can do at this very minute, because I have phone calls and feelers out to Department of Workforce Services to make sure that I don't get my benefits canceled, because I desperately need them. And if they do get canceled, then we can move on from there. We're in a holding pattern until I figure out what my treatment options look like, and if it needs to be I need to find someone that can see me that I can afford to pay out of pocket, or if I'm going to be able to maintain my benefits, and then I have to find someone in network that can see me, so that my AI chatbot will help me find a job again. But so that was my fun morning that I got to have, is I got diagnosed as going through an active mental health crisis by Claude, the AI chatbot. But I agree with you. Like, I largely view specifically play in any of its forms as a very healthy outlet to process emotions that you feel in real life in a way that is safe for yourself and others in a fictional realm. Oh, no, that's the whole gem, the whole plan here. That's the reason that I even went live at all, is going, like, I just was in a moment of, that of course, combined with other things, sparked a moment of personal crisis of just like, how bad is my life really if the impersonal AI chatbot is also saying that I'm going through it. And then that started me spiraling, and to pull myself out of the spiral, that's the whole reason we went live, is so that we could be we could provide some levity, and figure things out, and just like get some distance and perspective on the moment of just like, hey, even if everything feels like the world's falling apart to me right now, which it kind of does a little bit, it's not actually falling apart. And even if it does fall apart in this little thing, the worst thing that happens is what, I lose a whole bunch of money and I have to leave my house and move in with my family. Yeah, that sucks. And it's a burden that I'd be putting on them that I don't want to have to put on them. But I'm not dead, and you can come back from that. And like, maybe it affects my long-term ability to retire, but like, that's also fine. We can come back from that. Like, it was very much of, I needed a space to co-live and to talk about these things and talk through these things, so that I could provide myself the distance to be like, hey, I don't need to panic right now. I've done everything that I can do as of this moment. beyond the fact of just like calling a therapist that's not you, Midnight Campaign, and scheduling an appointment to see someone this week or as soon as possible. And the only reason I haven't done that is because the one thing that I want to do before I do that is make sure that I get to continue having my health insurance so that the health insurance can pay for it. Because if not, that's fine, I will still do it. It's a thing that I've been actively putting off for years at this point, to the point that you might have referenced if you were reading the chat earlier when we were talking about feelings and stuff like that, is that it's like, in talking about my life scenario with a lot of people, specifically B-Dun, who I live with, where I would tell him about, especially back when I had my old job, of just like how I was feeling and the things I was going through. He's like, hey, you should go see someone about this. Which is like, I agree, but I first need to deal with the fact that my life is on fire before I can go see a professional to help me deal with the fact that my life is being on fire. And then I unfortunately dealt with my life being on fire by just leaving the house fire that I was living in and jumping into the new house fire that I live in now. Yeah, which is, oh, I don't have all the stressors that are coming from that job. I just have new, different, varied stressors of not having a job and not knowing what I'm doing, and like my own personal insecurities that are there independent of whatever situation I'm in, of just like the human innate fear of failure and fear of disappointing yourself and people. And especially now that I found a thing that I love so much. No, you chicken egg. Yeah, now I found a thing that I love so much and I want to do, and I want to, like, if I could find a way to make this be the thing that I do for the rest of my life, that would be fantastic, and I want to work to be able to do that. But then what does it mean if I fail at the thing that I found that I feel like I'm perfectly made to do and that I love doing? And it's like, hey, if I fail at the thing that I feel I was literally made to do, what does that say about me? You know, these are all the common fears that I have. But we're here to talk about football, so I don't have to think about them, because thinking about them doesn't help me right now. Right now, what helps is giving ourselves some distance. Exactly. It's just very much of just like, what does stop trying look like? And the realist part of me, the project manager part of me, comes into this and is like, hey, I've got 4 more months before I have to make a very, very legally binding decision about where I'm going to live for the foreseeable future. That not just impacts me, but also a lot of people that I deeply care about. And the rational part of my brain says, that means you gotta stop chasing the dream and you just gotta get a job that puts money on the table so you don't let everyone else down and yourself, even if that comes at the expense of doing the thing you want to do. And so, you know, these are the conversations I have with myself in my head almost constantly, which is why we play video games. Is at least for the 4 hours I'm here, I get to be and pretend that I'm someone else, and then we get to forget about that. And hopefully I can help other people going through their other things feel better about it too. The people that don't feel good about this, though, getting back to my point, is West Ham. Because West Ham put off something truly incredible. Because in the 90th minute of this, exactly, and I prefaced this conversation when we had it the first time, Midnight Campaign, before I even talked about all of the weird, funny stories and sad things about that, and like trauma dumped onto an unsuspecting audience, namely Rat King, because he was the only person here at the time. Is that I do this as every time I have this conversation, and as I end every one of the streams, of I am genuinely grateful for the people that do enjoy my company and like to support me. And it does truly mean a lot. It is, I have said this multiple times, going live and hanging out with all you people and talking to you people and like playing the games and having interaction and doing stuff like that is like trying to put this in a way that is not alarmist, because the exact words I'm going to use are the things that triggered the large language learning model to think that I'm going through active crisis. But I don't mean it that severely, but it's like, the stream is what gets me out of bed in the morning, and that I look forward to doing this so much and putting on a performance and putting on a show, that like I genuinely love doing this, and I love all of the people that are around that help me be able to do that. Because even when I'm performing to an empty room, a thing that I've done multiple times, like I just love doing this so much. Yeah, exactly that too, but it's also just like I am genuinely grateful for it, and it does validate that this is a thing that I could do and I want to do, but it is also, that's a thing that I grapple with, I will always preface, because as you said, it's my personality. Like, I am genuinely very, very grateful for the opportunity that I've been given and that I get to do these things, but it does sometimes have the like the whole thing that we haven't talked about any of this is the other thing that I'm putting off, and like I still have to file my taxes for last year in the next 8 days. That like every time I think about that, I'm like, I need to put a pin in that, but also like I can't put a pin in that very much longer. It does just need to happen. So that's going to be probably a thing that I do tomorrow when I'm not streaming, because we're not streaming tomorrow once I'm done with all my family stuff. It might just be do family stuff, and then Sam puts on his big boy pants and pays his taxes. Because that's also good information to have. But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun, and it's been all these other things, but it is also like taxes will likely be very good to me. The thing where it falls apart is that like having a job for the first 8 months of last year, I did actually make a lot of money. And so there's that. And then the hard part about taxes for me is it's not that my taxes won't be good or bad to me. It's that my taxes are weirdly difficult because of the situation that I was in. Like, even before I lost my job and went into the, like, I did consulting for a little while, and now I've got this new part-time job that doesn't get factored into last year's taxes because it's entirely this year. But it's like, I have to track the money that I made from the consulting gig where I was a freelance and how that gets covered, and all of the money that I made last year. But then I also have like a retirement account and a whole bunch of a huge investment portfolio and my student loans, and like there's just all of these other little things that I have to do as part of taxes that are just part of my unique situation that make my taxes, even if they're good for me, just a little bit more complicated than the average person's taxes that is my age. That as a person that has only ever done my own taxes, it's just a headache. Is the thing of it's just like, it's just like I can do it. It's just it's more difficult than it is. But it's also like my taxes aren't good enough for me that it's ever been justifiable to like hire an accountant to do my taxes, because like I don't do that well. See, I love that suggestion, Rat King, but as much as I've been saying, like, what's the worst that can happen, and we've been trying to downplay the catastrophes and the catastrophizing that I've been doing on, I do know specifically what happens if you pick a fight with the IRS, and, like, death is preferable. But yeah, that's what we've got going on. Getting back into the talking that we've been doing, West Ham, much to their credit, go down 2-0, and then in the 93rd and 96th minute, they score 2 goals to tie it back up. Goals at this point from Mateus Fernandes, the Portuguese midfielder, and Axel Disasi. Like, scenes, miracles, even great things here at the London Stadium. They are able to tie it up. They play through an entire extended extra time, keeping it level, and they work their way all the way to a penalty shootout. That is probably one of the craziest things that anyone watched this weekend, and I can't wait to watch it later. Because this penalty shootout starts with both of the first takers for Leeds and West Ham missing their penalty. Joël Pirou for Leeds from Suriname misses his shot. Jared Bowen, like all-time goal scorer for West Ham, misses his. And then Dominic Calvert-Lewin makes it, Walker Peters makes it, Brendan Harrison makes it, Thomas Souček makes it, Wilfred Gnonto makes it. And Pablo, the Brazilian striker that they signed in January, steps up to take his penalty and misses it. And so at this point, essentially what it's broken down to is if West Ham concedes their penalty, they lose and they're out. If Leeds misses penalty number 5, West Ham has to make their penalty, and then we go to sudden death. So Pascal Struijk steps up, the 26-year-old Dutch center back. He is the last living hope for Leeds United. Stands 6 yards in front of the goal. Well, not 6 yards, I think it's 12. 12 yards in front of the goal. Steps up, buries it. Leeds go through. But it was just an insane back and forth. Looking at the statistics from this, it was 56% possession to West Ham, 44 for Leeds. West Ham had an expected goals of 3.12, Leeds 2.4. Both teams took over 20 shots. Both of them had 4 or 5 big chances. Just an incredible, incredible game. Oh, here is my call that I was waiting for. I will be back. Chat, we've never been more back. We've never been more back. It's incredible. It's incredible. As I said at the beginning of the stream, we were going to have to go away at a moment's notice. Because I had put out a phone call. We'd set up the bat signal. We'd opened the jank drawer. We'd clanged all of the alarm bells. And I had called my personal friend over at Department of Workforce Services, who has been helping me throughout the entire nebulous process that is any level of government bureaucracy. Kelly, no need to use fake name because it's literally the only name I know them by. I don't know last name. I know no other identifying information. They are Kelly, and they are my savior and hero. And Kelly, once again, from the top ropes, has come in and saved the day. She looked over my stuff. She saw the form that I did get submitted and was like, oh, it's a part-time job that doesn't pay you very well. Well, it pays very well, but like doesn't pay you enough for the government to care about it. That's great. And then I was like, yeah, but I really messed up. I thought I attached both forms. I only attached one form. It's out from HR. Like, I should be able to get it to you in the next couple of days or whatever it is, if that's what you need. And she's like, well, I, from my position in the government, can just see your pay stubs. How often, like, do you think you are going to be working? Like, what's an average or a maximum minimum of, like, the time that you'd actually be able to work in a pay period? And I was like, honestly, absolute max, like 15, 20 maybe. But right now, I've never worked more than 10 hours in a pay period. And like, that's gonna hold true. This pay period that I'm in right now, April 1st through 15th, I'm gonna work exactly 2.5 hours, I think. And then next pay period, it's 13. Admittedly, it's like closer to 20, 25 in the next pay period, which is a crazy pay period for me. But it's very much, I'm like, I work 3 to 5 days a month total, and I don't even work full days. And Kelly was like, oh, then you don't even need to fill out this form. I'll just put that in as a note. It'll be totally fine. If it fluctuates, it fluctuates. That's great. We're totally fine. And then Kelly, going above and beyond, after been talking about all these things, she's like, hey, do you know who you like would need to call to see someone and like to get your coverage options? And I was like, honestly, no. The coverage options that my insurance provider sent me, they sent me in Spanish, which is hilarious. Like, not huge problem because I do speak Spanish and like I read Spanish better than I speak Spanish, but I don't really speak medical Spanish. So like, it wasn't super helpful, but it hasn't needed to come up until this point. So like, it would be great to figure out who I need to call. And so she was able to give me a phone number of just like, hey, call this number. So I'll call that number tomorrow and they'll be able to help me find who I need to get in contact with, or even set up the appointment for me. And then we can just move on it from there, and that'll be great. But that, you know, it's honestly, we started this stream on a dour note of me being very real and very honest and very vulnerable to you all, chat. And we were using the ability to communicate about sport and about things that we like and that we are generally interested in, as a way to kind of be a smokescreen around that, to distract ourselves, to distance from that, to help pull me out of the immediate panic I was in. And it was working, and we were having a good time, even if we were falling back into the same conversation multiple times and over and over again. Let me tell you, Kelly saved the day. Kelly showed up. She and I talked about a couple of things. I told her the same story I told all of you about trying to set up my Claude and it diagnosing me with an active mental health crisis. She also agreed that that was hilarious. So we're all on the same page of like, this is really funny and not a cry for help. This is just hilarious. Huge dub for Kelly. Exactly, Ratkin. Second huge dub for Kelly. I told her that I got all of my information in Spanish story. And she's like, well, it's lucky that you speak that language. I've been trying to learn Korean for 2 years and I know zero Korean. which then got me to give her the really funny line of like, well, here's the 2 words I know in Korean, and they're hello and I love you. Which gave a little chuckle, and she's like, well, I'm a big K-drama fan. And I was like, Kelly, put down the phone. What do you mean you're a huge K-drama fan? Me too! And then we had an even longer conversation than the whole, like, figuring out my life of, like, do I have insurance or not? About K-drama and how we both love K-dramas. And I'm like, dude, not only do I watch K-dramas, I read Korean web fiction. Like, I am so deep down this rabbit hole, you don't even understand, Kelly. And she got a real kick out of that. And honestly, if she wasn't just my contact at Department of Workforce Services, I genuinely think that Kelly and I would be fast friends. See, the thing is, Rat King, I already am, I think. This is now like the 3rd or 4th interaction that I've had with Kelly. And every single time she finds me in a moment of deep duress where my fear response when I am in like a fight or flight moment of like deep panic and things like that is not to like yell and be angry and to like be mad at people. That's my pain response. If I'm really, really, really injured and in pain, my pain response is I start punching things. My fear response is I immediately assume that everything's my fault and it's really bad, and I become overly nice of just like, hey, could you please help me? Please, please, please. I know this is my fault. If there's anything I could do, I own all of the blame. Please let me know. I would do anything you need me to do. I become very obsessant, which is, I think, a different level. If I'm hurt from punching things, it's very bad because it's a recursive loop, and it's like, it's one of my favorite stories. It's going to be story time, chat. We're going to go to story time. Screw soccer. Other things to talk about. Leicester are 1 point or 1 point behind the team ahead of them to not get relegated. Kicking is where it starts. Punching is where it eventually devolves to. The only other thing to talk about is that Champions League is being played right now. Arsenal won the first league in Lisbon over Sporting Clube de Portugal, and Bayern beat Real Madrid in Madrid today 2-1. So we're working ourselves step by step closer and closer to an Arsenal-Bayern Champions League final, which I think surprises no one. But we do still have the other side of the bracket to play tomorrow, which is Barcelona versus Atletico Madrid, PSG versus Liverpool. Those are going to be fun. And then we'll talk more about soccer on Friday. I want to talk about story time. Okay, story time, chat. Story time. Maybe I should make a graphic that's story time that I can hit a button and play. That would be fun. Add it to the to-do list. So, for this story, we go back, 12 years ago. 11 years ago. 11 years ago. To the sunny times of 2015. Boy, did we not know how good we had it. 2015, a couple of big milestones for me. 2015 was the year that I graduated high school. It was also the year that I left on a 2-year mission for the LDS Church. And as part of the process for doing that, you need to get your wisdom teeth out. Or at least I did, since I went to see my dentist, and my dentist was like, hey, bad news. Your wisdom teeth, growing in all wrong. If you don't get them out, it's going to be a problem. We got to get them out. And I was like, well, I hate going to the dentist, but you are my mom's friend, and I've known you my entire life. If I'm going to go to any dentist, it's going to be you, because I should probably see you. And he's like, good news, bad news. Got to get major dental surgery to get these out. Good news, if you're terrified of that, which I was, I can do it for you, and then it's a person you trust. And I was like, oh, perfect. So, not knowing what that entailed, I immediately decided then and there that my dentist was going to be the guy that takes out my wisdom teeth. And I was like, cool, let's do it. It'll be great. I trust you wholeheartedly and implicitly. You will be my guy. You'll take care of me. This will be perfect. Done deal. Fast forward to like a month later. It's winter break. School's out. And because it's winter break, this seems like the perfect time to get my wisdom teeth out. And it's past the holidays. Like, we've done Christmas, we've done New Year's, we've done my birthday. So it's just like the first week of No, this is a Brazilian slang term, referencing the point in the Bible where Pontius Pilate washes his hands of the death of Jesus Christ. It is very common in Brazilian culture that when you're talking of just like, I wash my hands of this, is like, we're done. It's out of my hands now. But it is a very deeply cultural thing, but it's one of the many mannerisms that I picked up from my study of the Brazilian culture and language, it's a part of my everyday life. It's wild that that's what it's referencing, but that is what it's referencing. It's a really good niche cultural reference to know. Like, it's a really fun one. It's one of my favorites. There's also this one, which means thief. And then the only other one that they have is they're really good at the snapping like that. And you use that to, like, as an exclamation point in your sentences and stuff. It's fun. The only other one is, like, only ever give thumbs up, never do this, because this is the Brazilian hand sign for asshole. So, things you learn, things you know. Back to story time. So we get it all set up. It's like the first week of January. I've got like 5 days before I have to go back to school. I go in to get my teeth out. The downside about getting your wisdom teeth out, not at a oral surgeon, is dentists can't knock you out entirely. They can numb you up, they can put you on a whole bunch of anesthesia, but they can't knock you unconscious. They, at least my dentist and in the area I live in, is legally not allowed to do that. So, I go to have my wisdom teeth out, and I am completely numb the entire time, but I am awake the entire time. So I'm sitting there, and like my dentist is doing the classic dentist thing of like crazy amounts of surgery in my mouth, but also trying to maintain a conversation with me, which I'm like, dude, I'm so down to talk with you because I love talking. But also, you've got like a full saw in my mouth right now and you're cutting open my jaw. So like, pick a lane. But so I'm awake through the entire time, and admittedly, the anesthesia 100% worked. I felt nothing other than like pressure the entire time, no pain, no anything. Genuinely, I had the time of my life getting my wisdom teeth out. It was a really fun experience, and I did genuinely enjoy it. Because I didn't feel anything, and like I was texting people, I was awake. It did mean that I didn't have like the weird loopiness that people have when they generally get their wisdom teeth out, of like they come off of the really heavy stuff where they come back to consciousness and they're just out of their minds on drugs and zooted. I was still largely conscious and awake the entire time, and didn't really have like my mental capacity altered, other than like I was trying to text my boss something at work at the moment because she was like asking me some follow-up questions, and I was like, hey, I think it's like, she was asking me like where a thing was, and I was like, I think it's here, but like honestly my mind's a little fuzzy right now. I'm actively getting my wisdom teeth removed and I'm at the dentist, so like I don't have the best recall, but I think if I were to be looking for it, I'd look here. It's just like the text that I wrote, and I guess the whole thing that's going on, and it was honestly hilarious looking back at it. Cut to, we're leaving, and I don't feel anything, and I'm totally fine with that, and they give me just like a whole bunch of medicine. They're like, hey, take all of these drugs. This is what you need to do to be able to get over this. It'll be fine. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm telling my mom, I'm like, honestly, that was nothing. Like, I feel totally great. Smash cut. We've gotten home. It's like half an hour later, and the heavy painkillers I was prescribed, I haven't taken and they haven't kicked in yet. And the anesthesia that I've been on is wearing off, and I'm now in unimaginable pain that I've never been able to like feel before or since. And my mom is in the basement laughing so hard because I'm just sitting there so mad at all of the people that I had to talk to in the like month leading up to this, who've been like, ah man, I remember when I got my wisdom teeth out. I went skiing the next day, or like, it was totally fine. You'll be totally fine. And I just felt so mad and angry because it was in so much pain. And I felt so betrayed that all of these people that I respected and acknowledged and trusted in my life had lied to me, that I was just like seething angry. And was just like, my direct quote to my mom was like, I'm just so mad. I feel like I need to punch something, but I can't punch you because you're my mom, and I'm not allowed to punch my mom. And I don't want to punch my mom. I love my mom. And she's just losing it with just how mad I am, and how like this is apparently my pain response, is that I just get really irrationally angry and want to punch things. And so that, of course, didn't help, because now I'm just like, Mom, stop laughing at me. This isn't helping. And so my mom just continued laughing to herself so hard. While in my parents' old house, we had 2 massive beanbags in our basement, and I'm just sitting there like punching this beanbag over and over again like it's a punching bag, because I just like needed to move my body. See, I at least didn't get dry socket or any infections. Like, I had a very good and very healthy recovery. I just had a really puffy face, and I had to live off of, like, protein shakes, which I hate, for, like, a week. But I did use the time when I was not irrationally angry, and when I was on painkillers, to, watch the entirety of the extended edition trilogy of The Lord of the Rings. That's what I did while I was on painkillers, recovering from insane mouth surgery. Sounds like I got it way better than you did, Rat King. Jeez, bone shards growing under your jaw for the next 2 years? I would say Crazy Experience barely begins to cover that. But so that's story time of the time that Sam got his wisdom teeth out and learned that his pain response was punching things. Look Like a Shark is a good way to look at that. Also story time about the like absolute G Kelly, who has come through once again to save my health insurance, and we have bonded at like such an innate level of our shared love of the Korean culture and the dramas and products that they put out into the wilderness. So once again, shout outs Kelly, shout outs me. Honestly, entire day, 100% turned around. We're riding a kite right now. I feel like I'm having the best day of my life. And the only thing that can make that better is we're going to jump into watching men play ball sports. That does look like a shark tooth. I will give you that. That does pretty cool. So, shock warning, surprise, the game looks different. Why the game looks different? One of the things that has happened in the almost like past week and a half since we last played, and it happened even since we had last played, but I finally caught up to it, is that the wonderful community around FM, which we are just hoping to break into and hoping that we can get even a small part of, has had, as I have said multiple times on the stream, a lot of thoughts and concerns around the most recent version of the game. Predominantly, where it wasn't necessarily finished, the UI was a little bit clunky, and that they removed one of the fan favorite things about the game, which is in every version of the game prior to FM26, you were able to, using your own skills and your own development and your own things, make your own skin to change the UI, the graphics, and honestly, in past versions of the game, almost every facet of the game, you could just make a skin that made them. You could make skins that made it so the attributes didn't show up, so that you only saw statistics, if you wanted to do something like Moneyball and stuff like that. They just had a whole bunch of levels of customization and polish that, on launch of the game, we couldn't do. And now, almost 6 months into the cycle since the game's come out, they have finally gotten through all of the major updates and all the major hotfixes and figured out how to redo that. Since previously it used to just be there was a file that existed in the game files for the game called skins, and you could just drop your skin like pack into that, and it would change that, and you'd have a little drop down in preferences where you could just find the skin you wanted to use and it would boot up with that. And a lot of like predominant creators would have their own custom skins made so that you could experience the game in the way that you want to do and get the best possible experience out of it. And honestly, none of those have been made for this year. For the reason we talked about of it was not possible to do it. Now, as of a week ago, the final major update for the game has come out. They've figured out all the spot fixes, and so now they have skins. And so this is our new skin that we were doing. We're going to try it out. I like it just because it makes it so that this home screen is way more easy to like use. Of like all of the things we would want to go to are now all on this screen instead of having to navigate through like a billion different menus and stuff like that, which is going to be nice because there's a lot of things we're going to want to look at. If we want to look at our tactics, if we want to look at the data hub, if we specifically being able to go to the player database, because we're going to have to do a lot of scouting because the season has come to an end. We, very unfortunately, as it's been popping up here in the All News, lost to Reggiana 3-1 after losing to them 2-1 at home. So 5-2 on aggregate. We have been kicked out of the promotion playoffs. We have ended our season 5th place in Serie B. And we are in a little bit of a pickle, is what I'm going to call it. As if we look at our club, once again, looks much prettier. And we look at where is it on this new one? That's club history. Finances. If we look at our overview, we are $12 million in debt, which is not great. For multiple reasons. And we find ourselves in a little bit of a pickle. It is a lot of money. So the thing that we can look at, and we can look at it in more detail, is like our income for the last season is in the last season we made as a club $7.6 million. 1.3 of that is from just selling tickets, like people coming to the game, which is our leading contributor. No, our leading contributor is sponsorships. We got 1.975 million, almost $2 million from people sponsoring the team. Is our leading income. Second is gate receipts, which is just tickets we sell at the door. Third is TV revenue, which is just we get paid for our games being on TV. And then everything else comes from other grants. Player sales got us $500,000. Investments got us $500,000. Match day income is essentially all of the money that we get from people coming to our ground and spending it at the ground besides ticket sales. So this is like if you came to our ground and bought a hot dog or whatever is served at the Silvio Piola. I don't know that the Italian football stadiums have hot dogs. Maybe you can buy spaghetti. Who knows? $200,000 from merchandise, $177,000 from fundraising. That's like literally going door to door and being like, please, local person in community, give money. Season ticket sales, corporate facilities income, essentially leasing out all of our corporate facilities, loan income, prize money from how well we did in tournaments, and then from the money we had in the bank, we earned $4 in interest. So that's what we made last season. This season, we did even better. So like we are making more money every season. It was great. This was our first season in Serie B. This was our second season in Serie B. Our second season in Serie B, all of our monies went up. We sold a whole bunch of players for a whole bunch of money. Like all of our monies are doing great. But the problem is even with that, of like, we made $10 million last year. If we look at our finances, our expenditure is our first season in Serie B, we made 7 million and we spent 15. And then this season we made 10 and we spent 13. So really, we dug our hole last year, and then we did better at not digging a hole this year, but we still dug a really big hole. That's how we end up at our $12 million in debt. And so our hope to overcome that is that, like, if we had gotten out of Serie B and into Serie A, this television money that we got here, if we remember correctly, our TV revenue this year was $1.5 million. The TV rights for Serie A, as opposed to Serie B, is like $100 million. Like, it's a massive multiplier. And even if it's not 100 million, it gets closer to like the it's not 7 figures, it's closer to like 8, almost 9 figures, which is a ton of money, and that immediately solves all of our problems financially. Because we can operate at a deficit, we can operate like much leaner than any other club at that level, and we just immediately set ourselves up to make a whole bunch of money, and it's great. So, the problem that I now have to deal with in the next season is that I want to look at what our projections are, because like our debt is entirely overview. If we look at our debt and loans, we have $12 million in debt. A lot of that came from we had to take out a whole bunch of money to renovate our stadium because our stadium was too small for the league we were in. And if we look at our projections, our projection for the next year is by the end of next season, the 28-29 season, they're expecting us to go another $6 million in debt if we don't change what we're doing. And our expenditure is expected to go up by the end of next season. We spent 13. Yeah, so it's not good. It's not good. So what we need to do is we need to find ways to perform while offloading some of our players that are costing us the most money. If we look at our players right now and we go to contract and we go to salary, players like Matthias Rasmussen, even though Matthias Rasmussen was so good for us, we can't afford to pay him $300,000 a year anymore. Stanic might have to move on. Malahi we've already listed to try and sell. Jordan Bustin we're probably going to have to move on from. Like, we really kind of want to top out the amount of money we are paying people at a certain point around this, like, Luke Netton figure. So how are we going to be able to field a team, I hear you asking? The answer is, we're going to have to do an approximation of Moneyball. Now, Moneyball means a specific thing in Football Manager circles. We aren't going to be doing that necessarily, of where it's like you're just trying to do very much the Billy Bean thing of like we look exclusively at statistics, and we know that the statistics, as opposed to the Moneyball baseball analogy where it's like I need to get on base and score runs, and if I just pay money to buy on base percentages, I can put together a team that wins. We need to score goals, but we also need to not concede goals. Apparently, Automod didn't like You Are the Rat and the Shark. I don't know what Automod was going on about there, Midnight Campaign. You're totally fine. But the other thing that we then need to do is we need to find a lot of players like Samir Lagsier, who played very much for us this season and was very good and could be even better for us in the future, that we brought in on loan. So, like, we look at his contract. We paid a fraction of his salary to get a player that is very good for our team, Exactly. I agree you are playfully inflammatory. It does just have a personal vendetta against you. Admittedly, we were paying almost all of his salary, but we are trying to find players that we can bring in that are good enough to play for our team, but that we don't have to pay any money for, is the thing. And try and just bring in players that are good enough for us, young enough for us, and get us results. Like, the one thing that we do have really going for us that's going to be bad in this nature is that we do have a pending contract out for our best player, Nicky Stones, that is $225,000 a year. But also, he is our best player. He scored 20 goals last season. We kind of need to keep him around. But that is the goal that we have to do throughout the rest of this stream. It is a little bit of a rebuild. It's a restructuring of what we are trying to do. Because the season is over, I think we are actually just going to... Well, first we'll look at what the boards set our initial budgets at. So our transfer budget has been set at 0. Our wage budget has been set at 4.71 million. And our scouting budget has been set at 55,000. So like, we actually don't have any money to scout people either. So we're going to be doing all of the scouting manually, which means that we should go to club. We should go to responsibilities. We should go to scouting. And we should take control of everything. Okay, perfect. Because we have to be very careful with how we spend things. So, we were very good at shooting. We were just not good at blocking shots. So defense is something we need to do better at. Our expectation was relegation strugglers. We didn't do that. We were actually very good. We finished 5th in the league. The board and the supporters are both ecstatic. Expectations meeting. Board wants us to grow the reputation, which we are working. They want us to work within the payroll budget, which we are doing. Sign players under the age of 20 for the future. Play attacking football, entertaining football, counter-attacking football, and make the most of set pieces. I'm okay doing all of those things. The concern we might run into is that they might absolutely shred our budget, which means we just need to operate below our budget as much as possible to start with. Squad dynamics, everyone is happy. The only people that are concerned are CS and Casade. Team meeting. The best they are willing to let me do is mid-table. Which I need us to do better than mid-table. Personally, I need us to do better than mid-table. So, we were in the top 4 clubs with injuries. That's not great. We want a 6-week preseason. We can go nowhere. We have no money, so we'll do it locally at Piedmont. Oh, I forgot to end that chat. That's what I was freaking out about. Vukioi got a call up for Montenegro. Our facilities have been downgraded, so now our facilities are worse. Which is bad, because we need those to be good, because we need to get good players through our youth team. There's a couple of back. Oh, we've gotten a loan from the bank for 13 million so that we are not in debt anymore. There we go. Honestly, perfect. So our facilities got downgraded. Now they're just average. Which means I have to talk to the board about that, but we don't have money. Because our literal budget is $700,000 in the bank, and it's entirely because we just took out a $13 million loan. Nikki Stones has a new deal, though, which is nice. Okay. Cool. With that done, then. This guy, this team, Spanish second division, and they've gotten relegated, and they don't think this guy's going to play for them anymore. It's a good thing to look at. I also have some new ideas of things we're going to look at, but we're going to go to... We're going to fast forward time a little bit here, I think. Where's our calendar? Here's our calendar. So, if we look at our calendar, the transfer window opens on July 1st. And we have a whole bunch of people joining that are a whole bunch of youth players that we already signed. Former youth players that I think are going to be good. We are going to come back on the 17th because I want to use the 17th. We want to come back on June 17th because we want to start some recruitment focuses to find good young players for next transfer window and then have them running through the transfer window. Which just means that we're going to kind of fast forward some other things. Rasmussen was happy that we kept our promise with him, stuff like that. While this does, we'll actually come back here and we'll do this talking again. We could have probably been doing this while we're there, but I did want to do that little bit, and then we can come back here. Ooh, actually, we're immediately coming back. Forgot that this was going to come up. We have a whole bunch of people whose contracts are going to come out, and we're going to make sure that we either sell people or keep people. So player contracts. Emanuelo we can set for release. Reggio, we could offer a contract, but I don't know that we want to. Bruano, we definitely want to offer a contract. So, Shakar, I will offer a contract. Cazelli. This is the guy that's 6'1". He's both footed. He's a center back. How bad of a center back is he? Jumping reach, he's a -1. Pace and acceleration he's got. Work rate, he's -7, so it's a -8. Anticipation, a -2, so he's a -10. Reggio, when is his contract up? End of the month. He doesn't really have the leadership. He's also gotten a lot worse. At this point, Reggio is jumping reach, +1, pace, -1, so that's flat, acceleration, -1, work rate, -2, anticipation, -1. So he's still a -1. He's still one of the better center backs at our club, but he's not great. These are random actions. Migliori, I don't actually care if we keep, so we can move on from him. Caselli could be good. Don't want to do the yearly. Lombardozzi, I think, is not great, if I remember correctly. He's good in the air, which is great, but he has bad anticipation and work rate. He has bad acceleration. He's got a +2 in jumping reach, -4, -10, -13. And he's 21, and he's not going to get any better. I don't think we need Lombardozzi. And Mattea, another young center back. He's 20 years old, 6'1". He's not good. Lack of a team ethic plays an extra burden on his teammates. Yeah, we don't need Mattea around anymore. We'll walk away from that. Staff contracts. We'd like to keep our staff around. Our staff is good. And then youth contracts. Fasano saw play for us and was actually pretty good. I don't know that he's actually going to get any better. He's just very good physically, but he's bad at everything else. Like if we play him at center mid, anticipation, he's a -3. Acceleration, he has. Composure, he's a -6, so he's at a -9. Pace, he has. Dribbling, he's now at a -14. Jumping reach, -12. Maybe he's worth keeping around. Fasano specifically is worth keeping around. Nicoli is probably not, Di Nicolo is not, and Zakera is not. That is my take on this. Okay, so now is there going to be any other big thing that happens? Or are we good to start? There was a bonus payout for not getting relegated. Did that make us poor again? $375. We are now almost immediately back into being poor. The Dutch center back. He already has a place he's going. Nicky Stones was in the team of the year. Let's go, Nicky Stones. He was our only player in the team of the year, but... Oh, Pietro Pasador was also in the team of the year. We just had to sell him to Spezia. Okay, Vukioi, great performance for his national team of Montenegro. They won 3-1. Okay, so Reggiana's Nathan Germa had a record season as far as oh, did Pisa go up and Reggiana didn't? Is that what this is saying? Alessandro Giuleri commits his future. Mili Vitvin went out on loan and got relegated. Board's happy with us. Bruano re-signed, good. Hopefully he actually stays here this season because we actually want to play him actively. And it was really annoying that he left. So Reggiana Pisa ended 1-1. Is this denoting that they were at home? So it ended 3-3 on aggregate. Or is it denoting that Pisa were higher rated than Reggiana? I think Pisa were in third. So that means that they go up? Okay, so I don't know who actually got promoted from our division. I guess we'll know when we get to the flip over in July. Bart Verbruggen could go to Chelsea. Loris Bruno, backup goalkeeper. Honestly, aerial reach is a +2. Agility's there. Reflexes? That's where he falls apart. So he's a -3 reflexes, +2. He has gotten better though. This is a -1 goalkeeper, which, as far as a backup goalkeeper to Tahoe is concerned, he'd be our third choice goalkeeper. This guy seems really good. He at least has very good potential. How good of a fullback is he right now? Pace gives him a +2, jumping reach +3, acceleration back down to +2, anticipation is a -6, so -4. Dribbling gets him to -6, and stamina -9. Honestly, for 17, not bad. Yeah, how much money does this guy want? Because the answer could be none. If the answer is none, how good is he if we put him as like an inverted wingback, and then he's playing DM essentially in possession. Defensive mid wants 13 acceleration, so that's a -2. 12 anticipation, -7. Stamina, -10. Jumping reach, -7. Composure, -12. Passing, -17. So he still probably couldn't do that. Center back, he's 6'3". Jumping reach, +1. Pace, +3. Acceleration, +2. Work rate, +3. Anticipation, -2. Honestly, playing him out on right back, inverted fullback, play a left back that can come in. Don't hate that. Don't hate that. Yeah, contract negotiations. Meet with me, sir. Daniel Rivicini. Kid's gonna be good. Gabriel Casaza. Are we gonna play Casaza? No. You're gonna take him, pay all of his wage. It's not that much money. Fine. Caselli, the center back, we have more interest in. And the Caselli is actually, other than the fact that his work rate is bad, kind of good. You offer like some amount of his salary paid, please. Okay, no. Good to know. Okay. Casaza rejected that loan offer anyways. Sounds good. We avoided a tax hit. That's nice. We don't have to pay taxes. New scouting budget, 104,000. Okay, so let's look at our scouting package. We can scout the surrounding divisions. Works for me. Looks like our sponsorship deals just came in too. We have like 2 million now in cash. This is another thing that I want to change, is we're going to make different recruitment focuses. And so we've been working with these ones. They haven't been doing great. We're going to just simplify our recruitment. We're going to simplify everything to try and get ourselves out of CVP and fix the current financial quandaries we find ourselves in. First and foremost, if anyone comes in for pretty much any of our players, we are willing to sell them, is rule number one. And then rule number two is that we're going to set up 2 recruitment focuses now. And those recruitment focuses are end of contract only, of just like, look for people that are out of a contract. And then number 2, people that want to come here on loan. And that's it. Ooh, does Luke Netton finally, after a full season of playing with us and being in our starting 11, finally actually speak Italian? Because up until this point, as a reminder, chat, he has not been able to speak Italian, the language that every other player on our team speaks. I'm gonna have a snack, chat. I'm gonna fill up the snack bowl. Okay, so Luke Netton can now speak basic Italian. Not great. Okay, so now at this point, I think we are safe to try and do this again. What we were doing last time. Oh, nope, we already gone past the 17th. We're on the 20th. Okay, so we need to do some things that we're gonna do. So now we'll do this here. So, our requirements. We have responses. I'm gonna filter. Okay, so this is a midfielder that looks like he's up for loan from Spezia. Here's a goalkeeper. This is a pretty good goalkeeper that Sassuolo is willing to loan. How good of a goalkeeper is the question we must ask ourselves. Agility +3, reflexes +1, aerial reach +1. He's as good as Elaine Tahoe as far as goalkeeping is considered. So not a bad shout. How much money would you want us to pay for you? Would we loan him for free? No, they want 20,000. They want 20% of his thing. So no, we're good. We're looking only for people. The thing is, we're gonna make probably a lot of loan moves, but we probably aren't gonna be able to make any loan moves until right before. Oh, he's joining Mantova for. Nice. Good him. Followed Rudisil. Casapia B. Since, like, everyone's gonna want some amount of money for their players at this point in time, but if we get to deadline day, more people are gonna be willing to let their players go for no money, just so they get playing time, and that's what we're hoping for. Because, like, we can't offer them money, but we can offer them, like, hey, this dude's gonna play. Like, Omar Krajina here. Right now, Roma wants me to pay 20% of his salary. If he doesn't go out on loan, though, by deadline day, we could loan him probably for free. Same with this guy, who's playing at Bari. How much would Como want for this striker? Yeah, so that's one of the things we're looking for, is we're looking for more players that can be cheap like that. So we want to look at those. The other thing I want to do is remove all of our recruitment focuses. Okay, so currently there are no in progress, perfect. So we want to now make some recruitment focuses. And we're going to make exactly 2 recruitment focuses. We look for any position in any tactic. Any position in this tactic. It's going to be ongoing. This is going to be our out of contract. And we want them to be minimum 3, minimum potential ability 3. It's going to be anyone. It's going to be the competitions that we can scout, which is Serie A, Serie B, and Serie C, as well as under 18s and under 20s. And then further details, we want conditions, contract status is expired. Or honestly, let's do expiring in 6 months. So we have a little bit of a window of like players that are gonna, and like already we have 10 people on this list. So we'll look through those in a second. Then we're gonna make another new recruitment focus that is gonna be from this tactic, any position. And then this one is gonna have the condition loan status is listed. Minimum current ability, minimum potential ability will raise up a bit. We want this to be our 20 or younger. Just in Italy, it's going to be ongoing. There we go. Oh, we should rename this one. Loans. So once again, this is everyone on this list has been loan listed. So that's great to look at. And then we're going to make one more recruitment focus that is highest priority right now. Once again, for our chosen tactic, any position in this tactic, we have top priority. And it's going to be our top recruits. Minimum current ability, as we want them to be better than the average player on our team. And that's it. So this is the people where it's like, if we can find any of these people that are also like listed for really cheap or are out on loan or are loan listed, like Luis Breton here at Genoa. 21-year-old Dominican midfielder. As a midfielder, for our level, he has the anticipation. He's a little slow on the acceleration, so that's a -1. He's got the composure, so that's back to a +1. Pace, he's up to a +3. Dribbling, he's down to a +2. And then jumping reach is where he really loses it. But this is a great player. He's really fit, he's got great stamina, he's really brave. He has good finishing and first touch, good dribbling. As an attacking midfielder, you'd be fantastic. He's got the pace, he's got the acceleration, he's got the concentration, he's got the composure. At this point, the composure would put him to a +3, and then technique, move him down to a +2. Like, this is a great guy. He's a French player up at Genoa. He's listed for loan. They'd want us to pay a whole bunch of money for him. But these are the kind of things we're looking for in that one. Nambiar wants a new contract. This guy at Empoli is a French midfielder. +2, +1, +1, +3, +2, -1, and enjoys big matches, and is 24. Like, if we were to try and sign this guy, how much money would he want to be a squad player for us? More than we really would like to give him? Could we talk you down to like 219? I mean, like, really firm on the 219? Like, this guy would be really great. And then we would try to sell, like, Matthias Rasmussen. Because now we would be able to turn the Matthias Rasmussen, like, $300,000 a year down to that guy who's not that much worse. He is 4 years younger. And is, like, at that point, $80,000 cheaper per year. Flat, -2. -1, -2, -4, -2. Probably not Silver Az. The center backs is another thing we'd really want to get better at. These are all our out of contracts. This is our top recruits. Who on this list is loan listed other than Lucas Breton? Boma Knazovic? This guy's a very good attacking midfielder. Once again, not a position we play, but he can play up front or he can play center mid. He's got the anticipation. He's lacking the acceleration, so that's a -2. He's got composure, back to -1. He's got the pace. He's got the dribbling, so he's back to flat. And he's a +3 after the jumping reach. This is a really good guy. What would it take to loan you? They want 80% of his... Okay. So yeah, these are our things. We're going to work with these. We're going to chill with these. We're going to wait until the window opens to make any more rash decisions. See, why can't we Palermo? Olympique de Marseille just bought Palermo's player for $2 million. Our goalkeeping coach retired. We got Renzi. Which means we're going to try and move on Rasmussen. Because we're currently spending over that. More contracts are expiring. Okay, so some big news that we're hoping to hear about. Is El Bouchatawi leaving? Because we don't want to keep paying El Bouchatawi. He hasn't played for our club in 2 years. Because he got upset with how good Nicky Stones was. And honestly, I don't know that Mili Veitman is going to actually leave now. So we might have to deal with Mili Veitman being back. This seems like a very good center back. We don't know anything about him though. If he wants to come in on trial, he can come in on trial. Let's check center back. Okay. He accepted our offer. Because the one area we need to improve upon the most is center back. Or just defense in general. We were one of the best attacking teams all of last year. But we were also one of the worst defensive teams, which is not good. We got a reputation boost. Nice. Honestly, if Jordan Bustin gets his release clause triggered, happiest day of our lives. Sell him in a heartbeat. We get 1.64 million for TV rights. Okay, good to know that we have those just laying around. We have about $600,000 that we can get from selling our potential clauses. We've lost our loan players, which does mean that we have to get better loan players and new loan players again. Was Gallo someone that we had an idea of loaning? No. We also wouldn't be able to compete with Lille for him even if we were interested, so. Okay, Empoli came back down. Reggiana didn't get promoted, Pisa did. Okay. Honestly, I will take less money to stay here. I know we don't have any money, and we're here for the long haul, not for the money. Okay. Giuseppe Coppola is very interested in renegotiating with us. He did score 10 goals last year. And is homegrown at club. And is currently our starting striker. I cannot offer him any money, though. Because, unfortunately, El Bouchatawi came back. His club didn't sign him. So... Bouchatawi's back, Rasmussen's back. So we have a lot of very expensive players that we have to move on. Because currently we're over our salary budget by $500,000. And we need to bring that down. And honestly, selling like 2 or 3 players gets us that. Although Meli Vitven just also came back. Depending on how much we're playing him, we might actually keep Mele, just because we like having him around. He's on 210, so he's below our cutoff. We basically don't want to keep anyone that we're paying more than Nicky Stones. So Cancia is another person that I would like to have kept around so we could play him. Because he's good enough to be in our first team. Okay, window is officially open, chat. Clubs in Italy have released players. Are there any players that we would be interested in. So, like, bringing in a player of the caliber of, like, Hakan Çalhanoğlu would be huge. Any of these would be huge, honestly. And so we're gonna try and fish for them with, like, are you retiring? Are you willing to come here on trial? If I can find the money, would you play for me? We're just gonna, like, shoot our shot with all of these players. Ciro Immobile. Okay, I don't think anyone is going to accept, but we did this to see if we could get literally any one of them, and we struck out on literally everybody. So these are all of our new signings that we brought in. All of them are youngsters. That we scouted when they got released from clubs above us last season. So these are players like Brano, don't be loan listed. Transfer loan status, not loan listed. Rosito is one we just signed. He's a good left winger. We're paying him like no money. Where are the rest of them? Since Renzi is, I think, one of them that we just signed, but he's not from this group that I'm specifically talking about. Bushtawi is another person we'd love to just sell. We pay him too much. Look at him this way. We have Venturini. No, these are the people that we have. So we have Evangelista, Fries. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out who these youngsters are so I can show you them again. This is Evangelista, I know is one of them. Fils. They get put immediately into the under 20s. Yeah, Lucas Fries, we signed. He's a -8 center back. He can also play out at right back. He fits that same profile of like someone that could maybe be an inverted fullback. An inside fullback is what they call it in this game, apparently. He's 6'4". He's really right-footed. He's really good at jumping. He just doesn't really have the work rate and the anticipation that we need him. But then also as a fullback, he doesn't really have the pace and acceleration. His anticipation is lacking. His dribbling is very lacking. But he does have the stamina. So like he's a weird mixture of the two positions that we kind of need. Evangelista, if we can find him, where are you? Eduardo Evangelista is a center back who's not that far from first team ready. 6'3", really good jumping reach, pretty good anticipation, just needs to work on his work rate. Could stand to get a little bit faster. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. Okay. So this does mean even more than before, we just have to move on players. We have to sell some of the deadwood. And not even the deadwood, like we have to sell some pretty good players in that like we are going to have to sell Rasmussen. We're probably going to have to sell Stanic, who's our best center back. Offers have been made for Malahi. That's good. Malahi also scored 10 goals last season. But we can't really pay attention. Like, we can't keep any of our darlings. We do want more than this for him, though. If we could get closer to, like, 5. This gets us 3,000 short of 5. I'll take that. And then Modena is only 440, and they are in our... They're in our thing, so I don't want to do that. Fiorentina have made an offer for 16-year-old Paulo Verardo. We don't want to sell Paulo Verardo. They have made a big offer for him. Verardo, we think, is going to be very good. He broke into the team last season. He can play striker, he can play AM, he can play midfielder. He kind of plays all through the spine of a team. He's wanted by Fiorentina and Napoli. As a striker right now, he's a -5, -9, -8, -11, -16, -19, -23, -25, -20. So he's a -23 striker. So like we are never going to play him as a striker. As a midfielder, he's a little bit better just because there's less things you need to be good at to be a midfielder. Anticipation, he's got +1. Acceleration, he's a -3, so it's a -2. Composure, it's a -4. Pace gets him to -8. Dribbling to -13. Jumping reach, -16. So like he's not good in any of the positions we want him to be in. How good is he at an attacking mid? Pace and acceleration are a -6. Anticipation gets him to -5. Composure gets him to -8. Technique gets him to -12. He has good potential. he has an upper bound of like 1.5 million. If Fiorentina is willing to give me closer to like this, no, Fiorentina do not want to. Then we'll just hold on to him. We can develop him into probably a better player than he is. He's really rough right now. He's just really good at like getting into a good position. All of these people I'm fine loan listing. Then I don't have to pay for them. Ooh, finally someone has come in to offer Afrash Ufatawi. Would you give me 6? Sick. We promised him that we'd improve our coaches. I don't know that we can afford to do that, but there's probably definitely coaches that we can improve upon. We'll look into that once we fix our current very bad budget issue. Okay, so we've got some things moving on. A 17-year-old Polish player. He's underbid from a million clubs that we cannot compete with. Okay. Another 19-year-old that we are never going to make an offer for. Okay, people are coming back. We've got the training going off. Netin is leading from the front. We love that. Ooh, I like this screen way better too. He's a -1 DM and he's a 0 center back. He's working at his DM. He's working... He's not meant to be scoring. He has a 4 finishing. There's a DM now. His acceleration is still bad. His anticipation has matched up now. There's a -3 after that. Stamina gets him to -4. Jumping route gets him even. Composure, he's even. Passing. Still would like his passing to go up, and then we'd like to work on acceleration. David Del Russo is our center back coming through. He's currently, like, I think the best center back other than the Stanic at the club. He's got +6 after jumping reach, +4 after pace. He just really needs to work on his quickness. Just really, really work on his quickness. Need you to get faster, buddy. Verado kind of needs to work on everything. I don't know that it's ball control that he needs to work on, though. So I don't think ball control works on dribbling. It does. First off, dribbling and technique. Dribbling and technique are 2 things he definitely needs to work on. I'd rather have him working on... Well, we can work on that. He's young. He's 16. Bustin is training well. Let's go. The big thing that Bustin has is that he's just fast. He's our fastest center back. Gisleri is now, I think, our backup goalkeeper. Vukioi, are you actually better than a -2 now? Acceleration's a -2. Anticipation gets him to a -1. Stamina stays at -1. Jumping reach gets him to a +3. Composure gets him to a +2. Passing gets him to even, so he's a flat midfielder now. Flat DM. Now, for people that haven't come back as well, Gianluca Di Chiara age is showing. Grelou is not training well. Mencino is not training well, but he's also not good. Renzi, who we just brought in, isn't training well. We already did the math on him, but he's a pretty good center mid, is he not? Anticipation's +2, +1, +1, +3, +2, -1. Okay. Pino got forward whenever possible. Torotti gets forward whenever possible. Yeah, I agree, Wrecking. I think that is a little redundant. A bibliography and uploading all of your resources seems a little... Okay, Cancia has gone again. Don't love that, but he's gone. Our breakthrough prospect in the youngsters, we are spending truly so much money on. Rasmussen's good, but, like, we just need to get the money for him. And we signed him for free, so any money is good. That's been my experience as well, Midnight Campaign. Stanich even as good as we think he is. +2, +4, +6. +4, 3. Yeah. What is Stanich's training? Is this for a writing class, Rat King? Because this sounds like a writing class. Where are you, Stanich?
Can you smile again?
Oh, okay. Seems like that's something that I had to do in like my college writing classes. But that's because the whole point of the class was just like a here's how to write a thing. The class. Yeah, Arial is not what I want you working on. Work on anticipation or work rate. Okay, Introduction to Research Methods is still like a writing class, essentially. But now that it's like, it does seem obnoxious, but it does seem much more on theme of just like, the reason they're asking you to do all of these things, where it's like, write a bibliography, but also provide all of your sources, is just very much going to be a like, hey, we are trying, the whole point of this class is to teach you how to essentially write a research paper. And so we're going to do everything step by step of like, here's your bibliography and here's your sources. That's step one of getting your research papers. You've found all of your primary and secondary sources that you're going to write your research paper on. Offering so many people. That is kind of ironic. I agree with Midnight Campaign's approach on this. It's just list all of the illicit drugs you prepared in preparation, that you tried in preparation for your addiction class. Because the other thing with the Stanich is we have this Dennis Donath guy here who, now we know everything about him, might be just a better center back, and if we can get him for no money, we can sell Stanich. So this guy is a +1 jumping reach, he becomes a -1 after pace and acceleration, back to flat after work rate, and a +1 after anticipation. Just good marking and tackling, good positioning, good teamwork. Like overall, he's pretty great. How much money would this guy want? He would want truly so much money. Yeah, we can't afford that. Honestly, that is a very good title. Honestly, fantastic title. Dennis Donat would be nice, but we can't afford Dennis Donat. Malahi is leaving. He's been great. Okay, so we sold Malahi for honestly a very great amount of money. Rasmussen wants to discuss personal matters. So we want to either so the game is asking us to say like, hey, you might want to have Luke Nettin or Matthias Rasmussen talk to Matthias Rasmussen. Oh, it's Matthias Rasmussen's agent. How much would they offer me? Offer me for 600,000. So my offer for Rasmussen is like, I would love to keep you Rasmussen, but we don't have money. And I know we just sold Malahi, so what does that actually change this is? So the thing is like, I'd love an option here that is just like, oh, there it is. I'm testing water seasons, I'm not trying to force you out. Okay, there we go. And then I will back down at that point, because literally the answer was, he has interest, we'd like to move on from him if we could. He is one of our best players. But like, we are paying him so much money. If we can sell Ashraf El-Bouchatawi, that changes all of our math, but we might not, is the problem. Because like right now, we look at our club, and look at our finances, we are so far over our wage budget. And that's going to change literally right now once this sale goes through. Oh, Shakira as well wants to go out on loan. Oh yeah, no. See, Automod has no problem with you talking about very serious subjects like addiction and recovery. It has problems with you calling people rats and sharks. Because, you know, of course that's what Automod has. Come on, Ashraf El-Bouchatawi, you rejected your move? It is his name. I get it. I call him Rat King all the time. Like it truly mind boggles me too, of just like why it doesn't like that. It shouldn't give you any problems with it now, because he went in and changed that. Ashraf, I don't want you here. I can't afford to pay you to be here. Hopefully other people come in for him, because, like, we just need to get him off our books. Did it finally put through that we sold him? It did, so now we're only over... We're still over by so much. Jeez. If it doesn't work out, we are going to have to just sell... Rasmussen, just because Rasmussen... I think it does, Rat King, but I mean, I won't speak for you and your people. I would never presume to do so. Brishak is injured. "17-year-old Romanian." Wanted by Inter Milan and Napoli. There you go. There you go. It definitely just procs if you are being rude and calling people names, and like name calling is one of the settings that I was like, hey, maybe we don't allow that. I mean, you can say it in like the Brazilian way and the Portuguese way, where it's more rato, because it's R's are like not pronounced in Portuguese. This man want to come trial for me? Is he a good striker? Apparently it will say you are stinky. Maybe it knows that you usually say you are stinky in your context towards your cat in an affectionate way. And can read your intent. Oh, he's gone, okay. No offers for Ashraf El-Bouchatawi. Come on, Bouchatawi, get out of here. No one wants you. We haven't wanted you for months. Yeah. Personally, Automod just hates you personally, Midnight Campaign. That's what we're learning from this. We got our Italian Cup draw. That also could be it, because you are a mod. Yeah, I think that is very true. Who are we drawn against? If we make it to the third round, we would play against Lazio. And then if we make it to the quarterfinal, we're playing either Inter, Torino, or Sampdoria. Not tonight, Midnight Campaign. But I'm always down to learn a card game in the future. Tonight I have too many other things that I need to do. But I appreciate the offer. Like I said, I appreciate the offer. I am just unavailable tonight. But sometime in the near future, for sure. I'm 100% down. Is this the board game that you were telling me about the other day? Yeah, BattleCon you were talking about. Like I said, I am interested. I just have too many other things that I need to do today and tomorrow that I am not available for social outings tonight. We do, now that I have a lot of you in here that are in my Tuesday game of D&D 2, we should probably look at maybe starting that back up again soon. Whether it's on Tuesday or another day. We might want to revisit availability now that one of our players is no longer taking Anatomy and Physiology 2. Really, I don't need $280 a month as much as I need you to pay any amount of his wages. Would you pay any more of his wages? No. Yeah, exactly. I figured that would also get a large amount of interest from you. Similar to the Could We Played Cards tonight, my answer is no. And I had this conversation with B-Dun last night as well. Just give him a heads up of just like, hey, I am still thinking about all of you. I'd like to get that going again at some point in the near future if we can. But then gave him the qualifier of like, but with that being said, it can't be tonight. Like, I was having this conversation tomorrow, so I said tomorrow. Yesterday, so I said tomorrow. But tonight is definitely not a we can figure it out kind of thing. But in the near future, I would like to start doing that again. And we'd like to figure out a way to make that happen. Tahoe's getting better? Reflexes get him to +2. Aerial reach gets him to +4. Agility still keeps him at +5. What he's getting better at is positioning. Yeah. There is a lot of obsessive that there's 3 full engines. But yeah, no, I'd be down to learn BattleCon. It is very much just a like, we can't do BattleCon currently, is my answer. Not to say we can't do BattleCon in the future. Just very specifically, not right now. There's Tahoe. Because, like, from everything you've told me, it sounds like a great game. Like, it actually sounds very fun. And if you're calling it the taxes must be addressed, I have a YouTube video to make tonight. Depending on what my family's plans are, I might be driving out to my family's house tonight to spend the night there in preparation for our big family event tomorrow afternoon. Luke Netton does need to learn how to speak Italian. That is a very important part of this process. They want Verardo to be our starting forward, apparently. So the thing is, Giuseppe Coppola doesn't actually want a ton of money. We just don't have any money to offer him, is one of our problems here. Ronchi... Is Ronchi still a -9, or did he get better with his... This was the center back that we were playing from the beginning. I am only a little surprised by that. The minions can truly do any genre, I feel. -2... -8... He has gotten slightly better, but he's still not great. I also agree that it weirdly works, Midnight Campaign. In my mind, the minions fall into like the same category as like the Muppets, in that I would never be surprised to find out that they are doing literally any genre, because I think they could do any genre passively. +2 anticipation keeps them at +2, crossing +3, dribbling +3, jumping reach +2, technique -3, composure -8. They're just like silly, goofy enough, and they definitely have like a stranglehold on the world. We're definitely not letting him go for free. Millivitven. Love to sell him if we could as well, just to get his... How much would anyone be willing to offer me for Millivitven? The other thing is we just have so many people at our club that we just need to start getting rid of players. Like, we have a squad of 44 players, 38 players, and we need to be leaner than that. And like, a lot of those are like people that are youth team potential players that could be coming through, that it's like Ronchi. Honestly, I agree with that Midnight Campaign. The thing is, like, I am very firmly on the record of, like, I would watch the Muppets make any movie. I would watch the Muppets do literally anything. Honestly, Fasano going for this kind of deal, I'm fine with. I want to work on Giuseppe's contract. We need money first. And I don't have money. I need more of these players to leave the club. Mansortiam is leaving. He doesn't have the pace and acceleration, so honestly, if we ever end up selling him, I don't hate that. Or if he becomes great. But we're not, most importantly, we're not paying his wage this season, which is perfect. This is an $84 million striker that's 17 years old at Saint-Étienne. Ridiculous. We wouldn't want to let him go for this little. Apparently he has like negative transfer value, but if we could get closer to like even this, like I'd rather keep him and eat the price tag for 27.5 and just risk making Rasmussen. I did see the Andy Serkis Animal Farm news. Agreed, great discussion for like modern culture, but it is also just like, if there's anyone that I trust to make a good Animal Farm movie, it is, specifically if it's going to be animated, Andy Serkis. We want to check our finances one more time. It's going up. This is going the wrong direction. Our wage is getting even worse. What's going on? But I mean, the whole thing is like Animal Farm as a concept is bleak. That's the whole point of Animal Farm. Like, it's the whole point. Is it's a very damning criticism of society as a whole. Dada Fofana has been injured. Honestly, I don't know that Dada Fofana is going to get any better. And if we could sell him, we should sell him. Like, we just need to sell people. We need to get people off of our books. And, like, Bouchataoui is one of the main ones that's like, we just need him to get over himself and get off of our books. We might have to sell Rasmussen just because no one else is leaving. And we really don't want to have to sell Rasmussen, but also we are paying Rasmussen way too much money. I don't... 90% of his wages is fine, but it's only for 6 months. Can we make it until the end of the season? And then I want to add a... They won't let me add a loan to buy fee. There we go. It gets Bouchataoui at least not on our team and most of his wages off. But also, like, will Bouchataoui please... Can we get someone to sell him? For $675,000 to $775,000? Yes. I'll take most of $1 million for this guy that's been nothing but a headache. There we go. This is the offer we were looking for. Anything that's not paying him 100% of his wages is our plan. Please say yes, Ashraf al-Bushatawi. Just please say yes. We just need you to get out of here. Okay, so Brendan Milage is going on loan for 6 months. We are fine with that. He's not going to get playing time from us. All we are looking for right now is an inbox notification saying that Ashraf al-Bushatawi is no longer a member of our club. Because that's $375,000 per year that we can get off of our wage budget. And if he goes on the permanent deal, it's $700,000 that we can get back into. We couldn't beat Carpi, a team from the division below us. Now we play Genoa in 2 days. We have had a very bad preseason. We've lost literally every preseason game, which is not great. We also have to play Genoa in the Cup coming up, which is not great. Especially if we lose this game, it's not going to look very good for us when we get to our Cup game here next week. Come on, Ashraf al-Bushatawi. We just want to end this with Bushatawi getting out of here. Because we just need to reduce our payroll by so much. We just got absolutely blown out by Genoa. Johan Semedo got a goal though, which is nice. Okay, so if we get rid of, we're already down to 330,000. That's huge. We're within striking distance of like actually getting our budgets back in balance, but we'd love to get closer to that. So who are our most sellable assets? Alessandro Renzi, Matthias Rasmussen, Nikki Stones, Vukioi, Del Russo, Diorio, Benotti, Pino, Berardo, Perotti, Netten, Stanic, Bustin, and Rasmussen are the ones we just kind of have to move on from. Especially if this Bushatawi deal falls through, then we just have to have the hard conversation with Rasmussen of just like, dude, we can't afford to pay you. We'd love to keep you. We don't have any money. You're our only sellable asset that like actually someone would pay us real money for. We signed you when the money was golden and we were doing great. And then our budget got absolutely slashed and we sold $2 million worth of players. And we kept you. Bushatawi is leaving to Gianna. There he is. He's gone. We finally got rid of him. Usually I'm trying to be nice and be like, parting comment, parting comment. Get out of my team, please. Just get out of here. I do not want to see you. They sign him. Huge, massive, massive result for us. Like, Nikki Stones is only out for 2 days. We're fine. Okay, that's massive, because that single-handedly gets us to the point where, as a club now, with that gone, we are under our wage budget for the first time all season, and we have a little bit of a transfer budget. We don't really want a transfer budget, but that opens up the ability to do some things that I've been wanting to do. We still have some more players that we should probably look to move on from and sell, and that is what we're going to be doing here. Of like, we have 36 players on this list. We don't want 36 players. We want closer to like 25, 26. We'll take 30, but like we probably have some more dead weight that we can move on from here. Things like David Roshin here. Do we want to get rid of? Prella, we could get rid of. Casaza, we could get rid of. Mencino. Ghisleri. Canapa Picheda. Bruno. All of these people, it's like, get rid of them. But now we can also go to our database. And so I have a whole bunch of new things that I wanted to show you from the database. Specifically, we have things like all of our custom views that we've been doing, but now we also have custom filters that are not by me, they're by Second Yellow Card, which is nice. He's a very good content creator, but I'm just borrowing his things here. But so we have a whole bunch of like filters that we can look at, like high rep freebies. Currently it finds no one, but what this search looks for is essentially, is their contract expiring in the next 6 months, and is their reputation very good? And then you can get their reputation down to like, is their reputation okay? here gives us 3 people that would fit into that thing. Cicero Alaves. We can also put this to transfer or loan and doubtful. And this now gives us a list of people that we could look at. Of like, Cicero Alves is a Brazilian midfielder that is out of contract in the next 6 months. And is he great? No, but he's a person we could bring in. He would want money, and we don't have money to give him. But there's that. So you got things like that. We have other ones of like, we can do this one I was liking, Holy Scoop, which this searches for players that are younger than 18, are in their national team, like in their main national team, whether they're playing or not. This finds us 38 players. Players' interest, we want it transfer or loan, doubtful, gets us down to 6. And so it's like this Daniel Moracini guy who plays for Novara in Serie C A is someone that we could get. He's from San Marino. This guy, Massimiliano Carvolini, is also from San Marino. He plays in Serie C. This guy is Albanian at Fiorentina. He's a left back. He's in the Albanian national team. He's wanted by Arezzo, who's in our same division, on loan. He plays right back, left back. He's someone that we definitely would want to scout. What would Fiorentina want for him? They'd want truly so much money. Truly an infinite amount of money. But this is someone that we could check back in on deadline day and be like, hey, would you give me this fullback for no money because no one else has come in for him? So like, we want to put him on a short list, which I do want to now revisit our short lists for the first time. Clear short list. Delete short list. We have currently 4 short lists that we aren't using, and I just want to readjust our short lists. So we have this default one. And we are now going to make a new short list. This is going to be loans. And then we're going to make another new short list, which is end of contract. And we're going to start trying to build these out using our things that we're looking at, and then we'll have another one that's just yes. Of like, if we can get a way to make these players happen, sign them immediately. And we're going to start trying to build these short lists so we have them built for things that we can do in the future. But like, if we go to our player database where we're looking at, this Fitim Taku guy from Albania is a guy that we would add to this loan for the next 3 months. We want to check back in on him, see if we can get him for anything. He's now on our short list. That's great. This guy, he's from Saint Martin. He's a center back. He's 6'4". He plays for Junior Stars in the Caribbean. We don't know anything about him. He's an amateur, though. He could potentially be really, really good. Would he come for a trial? Maybe. This guy plays at Potenza in Serie C. We could try a different filter. Gone contract players. Gives us 8 players here. They're out of contract. They could potentially be good. Some of these people are like actually wanted by clubs. Some of them we have scouted though. Like, we know for a sec that look, Montanten is not good. So those are interesting. Let's try another one. Here's one that I want to try, since we've also expanded our scouting range, not our scouting range, but our database a little bit, in that now we have, I want to look for people under the age of 21. Specifically, not nationality Italian, currently plays in Spain. So that's not the way I wanted that to look. We want scouted players only. Let me look up this. This was a filter that I liked, that I saw the other day. That was just like, try to figure out specifically how to find like 21 years and younger players from major nations. Okay, so the filter I have set up is correct. Age 15 to 21, currently plays in Spain. We would expect this to give us more than 7 players. So let's just clear all things. We've got a database of 12,000. There we go. We're going to edit search. We're going to add specifically, they can't be older than 21. And then condition, they are based in Spain. Because I added in lower divisions. Once again, there's only 7. Well, if that's not going to work, we're just going to go to our recruitment focuses. Let's look through our loans, shall we? So we have $128,000 in cap space that we can work in, and we're going to try and fit as many players as we can from this list into that. Is the current plan. So we're going to look for players that we can try to bring in for like no money. We've got 13... players recommended here, 10 nearly matched, 5 in progress. No progress on our out of contract. Okay, so Vinci Guerra, this is a striker at Cagliari. No, that's a nearly match. So Sebastian Olderheim, midfielder. Currently, we have him as a -2. It looks like he's gotten better since the last time we looked at him. Anticipation +1, acceleration. He has composure. He's now up to a +4. Pace. He has dribbling. He has jumping reach. This is why he's a -2. But he's now only a -1. He just cannot jump. He's 5'9", but he's good at everything else we would like him to be good at. How much? He's listed for loan by Napoli. How much would they want for him? More than we are willing to offer? Perfect. Then we will not consider him. He does not get on the short list. Diego. Well, he can get on the short list. We will shortlist him to 3 months. We'll check on him on deadline day. Diego. He plays left wing back. not a bad position for us, but a position that we could always look to improve and strengthen on. As a wingback, he would be -1 on pace, +2 on acceleration to get him a +1. Jumping reach gets him to +2. Composure gets him back down to -1, and vision gets him to -2. So he's still not great, but he can do it. What would Hellas Verona want for him on loan? 100% of his wages, which is 33%, 300,000 to 333,000. He can go on the short list. It's another one, check back in on deadline day, but right now, no. Marco Libra, Bologna, advanced playmaker. So he plays in a position we don't play, which is a little bit of a problem. In the position that we do play, where we would be playing him in, he would be playing behind our best player, Nicky Stones. So already we're not actually super interested. But if we were to play there, he's +1, +2, +4, +1. So not bad. We'll put him on our loan list. He can be on there for a year. Miguel João da Silva. He's a striker from Como and a left winger. How good of a striker is he? How good of a left winger is he? Because we need strikers and we need left wingers. Striker, +3. So jumping reach, immediately -7. -4 after pace. -3 after acceleration. Concentration gets him back down to -8. Dribbling back up to -6. Vision down to -11. Balance down to -14. Off the ball -19. Finishing -13. So he's not a striker. We'd be signing him to be a backup left winger, which we need more players on the wings. And as a winger, +3, +4, +3, +5, +7, +2, +1, -3, I think? No, -3. So -3. How much would you want for him? Still more than we're willing to offer, but they are the closest to something we would want. So Miguel João da Silva gets onto the short list. And this is just like what we're doing here is like we're trying to build up the short list so that at any point when we lose a player or we feel like we need to strengthen it, we just already have a list of players that we'd be willing to put on our team and that we can use as an immediate call of like, this is who we want. So like this guy already bad on the fact that he starts off at a -5 from jumping reach. He also wants to be a striker. Pace gets him to a -6, acceleration -5, concentration -8, dribbling stays, vision -6, balance he stays, off the ball he stays, finishing -3. He would be the best striker at our club, so at the very least he's going on the list. What would it take to get Cialdelda? So he's someone we could loan in right now. He would take up almost the entirety of our budget because he's $105,000 a year. But this is someone to like actually start. He's a -3 striker. This is a good idea. Bjorn Hedlof. This is a center back. Inter Milan U23. This guy looks incredible. Like, he looks fantastic. If we could bring this guy in, we would start selling center backs. Jumping reach +3. Pace +6. Acceleration +7. Work rate +6. Anticipation +6. Yeah, he's the best center back we've ever seen in our entire lives. He goes on he's already on our default shortlist. We'd move him to our loans shortlist. What would a loan for Bjorn look like? 412,000 is ridiculous. They want me to loan him for the entirety, which is 800,000. We cannot do that. He's one that we try to scoop in on the end of the transfer window if he doesn't already have a place. Loretti is another winger. As a winger, we're looking at +3, +4, -1, +1, +2, +2, +2, -2. So -2 winger. Would he be cheap? He would be pretty cheap. Not cheap enough for us, but cheap enough that this is definitely a guy that could potentially become free. Let us know. Mirko Loretti. Hamdawi's already on loan by Cesna FC. Free roll center attacking mid from Sassuolo. He can play a whole bunch of different positions. We wouldn't play him in that role though, which is probably what. Would they want him to play anything other than technical center? They wouldn't. So he's not worth looking at because like we can't put him in the position we want. Jimenez Passanella is a DM and a center mid. As a center mid, he's got the anticipation. He's +2 after acceleration, -4 after composure, -3 after pace, -12 after dribbling, -10 after jumping reach. So maybe not Rafael Jimenez Fasanella, but he's really good at a lot of other things like passing and tackling, and he's got pretty okay vision. What would Roma want for him? Still too much money, but he can go on the loans shortlist. Fustini. Here's another striker. This is a Bologna U20s. 5'9", jumping reach of that. He's already up to -5. Pace gets him up to a -2. Acceleration gets him back to 0. Concentration -9. Dribbling -7. Vision -11. Balance -15. Off the ball. Finishing, he's a -13 striker. We have Dota Fofana already, he's a -13 striker. We're not interested in Kevin Fustini. Vincenzo Zangari at Lazio. Winger, striker, or either-sided winger. As a striker, I don't think he's going to cut it. He's 5'10", he can't jump. Starting at a -5. The pace doesn't get him out of that. The acceleration gets him to -4. Concentration's going to be bad. Dribbling, bad. Vision, bad. Balance, bad. Off the ball, bad. Finishing, bad. So winger is where he's at. As a winger, he's got the pace. +1 after acceleration. Anticipation gets him down to a -3. Crossing gets him to a -2. Dribbling to a -3. Jumping reach to a -6, technique to a -6, and composure to a -10. Vincenzo Zangari, we're probably not going to accept you. Luigi Esposito. Oh, this is a great winger at Inter. No, at Napoli. Plays right winger only. Pace +3, acceleration +3, anticipation +4, crossing +4, dribbling +4, jumping reach +2, technique +3, composure +1. How much are you willing to... So he's definitely going on the loans shortlist. How much are you willing to part with him for? 70% of his contribution? Okay. So he's definitely pretty good. And then Alessio Baralla. Empoli FC, French player, great player, amazing player. Acceleration +1, anticipation +2, stamina +2, jumping reach +1, composure +2, passing. Fantastic defensive midfielder. They say that he's loanable. And honestly, he's not that expensive for how much he would be. He definitely goes on the loan list. If we can't find a way, he would be fantastic. We'd love to have him. So that's our loan list. Franco Mastuano is available for loan? We'd find a way to play you. What does this loan look like? They don't care at all. Okay. So then what we're gonna do then is we're just gonna go to Real Madrid. Real Madrid, they have Mastrano on loan, and they have Arda Güler is listed for loan. We probably can't loan either of them. What about Real Madrid B? There's a goalkeeper we could loan, potentially. What would this loan look like? Ridiculously expensive. And then Real Madrid C. A whole bunch of players on youth contracts, none of which are loanable. But like, there's already people on Real Madrid C. Jaime Gonzalez and Jair Macias are both on multi-million-dollar salaries. It's ridiculous. I feel like there should be more people on this list than this. So there used to be, beyond just the player database, there used to just be like the things that you knew, and then like every player in the world. Do they not have that anymore? What's my squad planner look like? Do we have any position issues? It doesn't look like it. Next season it looks like we're going to, and then the season after we're going to have 1 million, but currently we don't have any position issues, which is nice. Okay, let's look through recommendations then. This is kind of the last little bit that I wanted to do here at the end of stream, and we are still Going a little bit long, but I also took a long break in the middle. We'll probably go another 15-20 minutes in this stream. Okay, so here's a guy that we actually know quite a bit about. He's lone listed. He was a left winger for us. +2, +4, +3, +2, +1. He wouldn't be bad. How much would we be able to bring him in on loan? He definitely gets onto the loan shortlist. He's not the most expensive. I'll take that. Here's another loaner. Right back. Love that. -4 as far as jumping reach is off to a bad start. -3 after acceleration. -4 again after anticipation. -6 after dribbling. Not great, but what would you want for him? So much money. Okay, don't want you. Josué Montoro, attacking midfielder from Lokomotiva. We don't care about attacking midfielders. Ezed Alkmaar, only transfer. Roguxi at Sarpsborg. Can he only play attacking midfielder? He can. Ostergaard, lone central defender from Braga. Ooh. Doesn't like big matches, but also like, it doesn't matter to me as long as you can play and are not bad. Now, I don't like that I'm seeing 10 acceleration from you already. Bad start. Jumping reach, +2. Pace. We're flat after acceleration. Work rate, -2. Anticipation, -4. I was distracted by the stars, which are liars. This is not worth... We don't care about Ostergaard. We don't care about him. He's not listed. This is a pretty good center mid. It's unregistered. Wanted it end the contract. Leaving. End of contract. Conte from West Ham? How bad are you if you're a West Ham player at 22? Apparently bad. We're starting off with a bad start. Anticipation's a -4. Acceleration he has. Composure, -6. -7. -9. Yeah, you're... Mohamedou Kante is bad. This is a good striker. This is a really good striker, it looks like. From Lugo. Just doesn't have the jumping reach, but he's got good determination. Also bad finishing, but he's probably fast. His club got relegated and he wants to leave. Would they let me loan him? For transfer offer, he has a release fee of 1.1 million, which we definitely can't meet. He goes on the yes. This is a guy that, like, if we could bring him in, 100%. Suarez. Portuguese second league. Central midfielder. They don't want him to go out on loan. When does his contract end? In a year? So he can go on the end of contract. He is underbid, so he's probably just actually going to leave. Luxemburger central midfielder. Probably not good enough. Don't care about attacking midfielders. Free agent striker with very high potential. Underbid currently from Olbia. Wanted by 11 clubs. Which 11 clubs want him? Apparently us, but Sampdoria, Modena, Cesna, Frosinone, Catanzaro, Carraresi, RZ Lebor. You can just come hang out. We already know everything about you, so that's honestly we don't even need to trial. It's just like a you can't jump. You're 5'5". You're already at a -10 as far as jumping reach is concerned. Pace. Acceleration gets you to a -8. Concentration. -14. Dribbling. -17. Vision. -15 or -18. Balance. -20 off the ball, -23 finishing, -22. He's an interesting player. What would you want is my question. Okay, here's an 18-year-old goalkeeper from Bulgaria. He has good potential. Oh, he's 5'9" and has 3 aerial reach. This is the worst goalkeeper I've ever seen. Here's another Napoli midfielder. +1, -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. He can go on the list. Burrido we've already looked at, but we don't need an attacking midfielder. Esposito we already looked at and he's already on the list. This is a Dutch left back playing in the Polish First Division who wants to leave his club. Would they let him go on loan? They would, and even for like not that much money, that just as a mandatory future fee that I'd like to make into, how about no? No, so they would only let me do it if I would for sure sign him, and there's no way we would have enough money to sign him. But he's good to put on the loans shortlist. 19-year-old striker at Genoa. Great holy trinity of first touch, finishing, and dribbling. Can't jump and slow. And horrible mentals. We're good. This guy might actually be pretty good. He's got good... He just doesn't have the mentals, but he's got good physicals. -5, -4, -7, -4, -7, -5. So, we'd rather keep Angelo Baroano. Genoa right back. really fast. Honestly, incredibly fast. Fastest guy we've ever seen. Fastest man in the West. +3, -4, 0. Anticipation gets him to -4. Dribbling, -9. Stamina, -13. Interesting player. Really fast, really bad at anything else. 19-year-old center back at Genoa. We need better center backs. This seems like a pretty good one. +3, +6, +5, flat. So he's a 0. He's an option. They want no money for him too. This guy's actually like really movable on. Lorenzo Breton we already looked at. He can get added to the loan list. I think this guy's bad. +3, +5, +4, flat, -8, -14. Yeah, we're good on Antonio Ciano. Portanova at Juve Stabia, probably no. Is he almost out of contract? He's out of contract at the end of the season. That's what they care about. Lucas de Cruz, 22-year-old striker at Beerschot. Free agent, 32-year-old winger. 18-year-old goalkeeper. 23-year-old Surinamese center back. Would they let him go on loan? Yes, and not for much money. But they would require a mandatory future fee, which we don't want to pay. 28-year-old free agent striker with 14 caps for Bosnian national team. How good of a striker is this guy, and how much money is he willing to settle for? +3, +1, +3, +1, -1. He's a -1. He's honestly not that bad. He can play target forward. How much money do you want, bud? So much money. So much money. This guy's the best striker we've ever seen. We'd want to offer you like this much money. Yeah, no, we were never gonna agree. So this guy definitely goes on yes for a year, and we see if anyone else comes in for him. This guy would be fantastic. 14 caps for the Bosnian national team. Incredible. Oh, 19-year-old striker that's not bad at Empoli. Incredible. Plus, like, these physicals are insane. +5, +7, +6, +3, flat, -3, -4, -5. Okay, so it turns out to be only a -8, but incredibly interesting. We'll add to the loans. Who would be the second best striker at our club? How much money would they want for him? None? 0 money? We wouldn't want him to be that. We'd want him to be squad player. He's our second. "19-year-old center back at Empoli. +6, -4, -7. So he's a -1 center back. Worth putting on the short list. 20-year-old striker. No. 20-year-old center back. 5, 7, -2. No, we're good. Good winger for loan. Is he still a +1? Is he still a +1 winger? Because he's still a +1 winger, as long as they don't want any money. +3 after pace and acceleration. Anticipation gets him down to flat. Crossing keeps him flat. Dribbling, -1. Jumping reach, +2. Technique keeps him there. Composure. So he's a -1 winger, not a +1 winger. Still worth loans. Enya Casade we already looked at. Casatori. Tommaso Casade. "21-year-old striker from Parma." We're still looking for a backup striker if we can find a good one. -2, -1, -6, -7, -8. -8 would still be our second best striker. Want him as a squad player. Worth it. Still unacceptable. This guy's definitely one we could even move on right now, unless we can find someone better. Don't want an attacking midfielder. Don't need a right back. -8 is what we're competing with. He's already a +8 just on acceleration and pace. Offset by a -9, so it's a -1. Oh, the balance is also bad. Okay. He's bad. Compaore is another striker. -8. He's slow, but he can jump. This is the first one of them that can jump. +3. +1. +3. -3. -1, -5, -8, -10. Yeah, so still not as good. 21-year-old center back. +2 flat. So this is a 0. He definitely makes the list. Also acceptable. Okay, so I think we're gonna be done, but this is all that we're trying to do here, chat, and like hopefully this gives you an idea, and like we can get through these. We made it through half of this list, which was 100 people when we started it. of just like, we're looking at how good are they? Are they better than anyone we've currently got? How much money would it be able to bring in? And then we're mainly just stockpiling these of like, hey, in like 30 days or so, in 27 days when we get to the end of the transfer window, what are the likelihoods that they would let him go for free just so he has playing time? And that's the main plan here. Afonso Semedo, 19-year-old striker. He can jump, he can't balance, he's pretty fast, he can't finish. He's got the off the ball, he doesn't have the vision. Like, this would be a good loan. This might be a really good right back. This is a pretty solid right back. +2. Zero. -1 right back. Honestly, great right back. He definitely gets added to the short list. We check out what kind of zero money. He's our best right back at our club. Like, honestly, at this one, I think we just make this. Yeah, like, he's high list. Sasha Brushki is high on our list. Ooh, here's a left winger that's loan listed, that's Brazilian and apparently really, really good. +2, +4, +5, +6, +7, +6, +4, +1. He's still a +1 winger, but he'd be the best winger we've looked at. He'd be the best winger on our team. He'd be expensive. He'd be very expensive, but great offer if we could get him. So yeah, that's just kind of all we're doing. I might do more of this, but we will be back on Friday. At this point, I really got to get running. I got to eat some food, and I got to make a video, and then head out to my parents' house. Thank you all once again for coming in and watching and hanging out and dealing with just the entire roller coaster that has been the stream today. We've made some good progress on the team. We've finally sold Ashraf El Bouchoutawi. He was our best player for the first season, and then has just been kind of a downtick ever since then. And this is going to be really, really nice. At this point, we will revisit this on Friday. As a reminder, no stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I have too many family obligations and too many other things that I have to do now that are going to have to take me away from the stream, that we're just not going to do that. And so that brings us to Thursday is the next time I will be back, 2 p.m. It's going to be another Darkest Dungeon stream. We are really close to finishing that up. And then Friday we will be back for Football Manager in the beginning of the afternoon, and then we will be playing in the evening just a whole bunch of Monster Hunter. Please, I look forward to seeing you all then. Until then, and until next time, I have been Sam. It has been my pleasure to entertain you. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other's, and I'll see you next time. Peace.
Ladies and gentlemen.